You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. What is happening, folks? Happy Wednesday out there, everybody. Man, we have a lot to go through, a lot to discuss, and a very tangled web to untangle. A lot of stuff going on out there. We're going to be talking heavy about, obviously, Joe Kent today, and then later on, I will be playing, if I can, Tucker Carlson's interview with him. I did get a yearly subscription to Tucker Carlson just so we could watch this. That being said, some of these paywalls don't always allow us to kind of recast them. We'll see if it works. It should work. If it doesn't, we'll figure it out. But we're going to take it from there. I just want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. I want to say hi to, let's see, we got Kayla McDonald over there, Tammy McDonald, Kate Pasta, Khan. I want to say hi and thank you to all of our moderators. Thank you very much. Dr. Altoids, and Air Jeff coming at us from Hawaii. Thank you, buddy. Retired USA Air Force spouse, and Major Memes, and many, many more. All right. What I want to do is I want to kind of set the standard for some of the stuff that's going on out there. And well, first of all, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe. If you'd like to support the channel, down in the description below is a link. If you'd like to become a member, that helps us out. Also on our X side, if you'd like to become a subscriber over there, that helps us out as well. It's a small monthly fee. It goes a long way to support what we do and the work that we're doing here. And we're continuing to add on. We now have a great and awesome producer. We got Jen, the producer. Matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and bring her on right now. Jen, thank you for joining us. Can't even tell you what added benefit that Jen is helping prepare for this, gathering information, getting videos and articles together. She's just been great on that side, and thanks. And we appreciate you, Jen.
Hey, everybody. Thank you. You're always so kind, boss. Now I feel like I should have to pay you.
I thought that's how this worked.
So true.
Look, I want to make sure here at this channel that we are always sticking to the truth and being objective as possible. It's okay when we give our opinions on things. And look, when we're dealing with circumstances and circumstantial evidence, if you will, there is such a large portion that is open to interpretation. And we're going to get into a lot of that. I want to be very careful when we're talking about Joe Kent that we're not, I don't know, kind of participating in a smear campaign. There are definitely a lot of things that we can go through factually that can compare and contrast of what things that he said in the past and the things that he is doing now. And we can judge those on those. And also just some of the circumstances, some of the rumors about his leaks and things like that right now are just that. And I want to make sure that we're very clear on that. I want to be fair to Joe. And I just don't want to do the same thing that Candace Owens and the mainstream media and so many other people are engaged in. And it's just not right. All right. It's not ethical. It's not correct. It's just not right. And we're not going to engage in that. What I am going to do is I'm going to lay out a bunch of things as far as the actual facts of this. And then we're going to talk about, give my opinion on this. And first and foremost, the one thing that I do want to say is the more I've thought about his resignation letter, this is my opinion. I think it's an opinion shared by many of you out there, that resignation letter was very subversive in nature. It was not professional. It's not how you go about doing things when you're in a time of war. It's just not. If you can no longer back the administration that you became a part of, then you exit professionally. And some of these things, like the biggest part of this, the thing that I have I'm most irritated about, and the problem with that resignation letter is when he's sitting there saying that Iran was not an imminent threat. Joe Kent is on the record multiple times talking about how Iran is an imminent threat. We can look at it just with what we know. I mean, yesterday I went through a whole list of the many times that Iran has attacked us. They continue to attack us. I'm going to pull up where a man that was directed by Iran to assassinate the president of the United States was just convicted. So the idea that Iran is not an imminent threat to both home and Americans abroad, especially to Americans abroad, whether we're talking about service members, whether we're talking about people that are just whether diplomats and or tourists, they have been targeted time and time again by Iran and their proxies. So the idea that Iran is not an imminent threat should never even been said. And for him to say that, knowing who he is and me knowing what he knows, I think is just on the face of it ridiculous. Now, you can sit there and we can have this discussion of whether or not that justifies an attack on Iran and war with Iran or a conflict with Iran. That's fine. We can discuss all those. But for him to say the two things that I still have real heartburn with, that this was because of Israel and Iran is not an imminent threat. The fact that he included that into his resignation, I think, is just insane to me. It's absolutely insane. Like always, guys, we are definitely going to include you in the conversation. We will definitely prioritize the super chats. We always appreciate those, and we will try to get as many live chats as possible. Let me throw this up here. I'm seeing chatter about Tucker Gabbard 2028 run. I hear you about not lowering the bar to their level, but this resignation letter followed by the Woke Right podcast tour seems very strategic. I agree with that. That's one of the things that I'm going to talk about today. You take his resignation letter and then you pair that with the fact that he clearly already had something lined up with Tucker Carlson. Now he's going to be doing an interview with Candace Owens. And then I will say, just to be fair, apparently today there has now been an interview scheduled with Mark Levin. But again, when we have an interview scheduled with Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I think that undermines his credibility on a lot of this. And it does start looking like a strategy to, subvert this president during a time of war, which I think is especially egregious. So, we're gonna talk about all that. We're gonna lay out all the facts in that regard for sure. Brandy, thank you for becoming a new member. We appreciate you. Slayer Princess, appreciate your dedication to dividing truth from speculation. Thank you. Thank you to you and Jen for all your hard work. We appreciate it. Look, I think that's why this is so important. And that's why I continue on this endeavor. Is like, we got to have some sanity and we got to build an audience that is willing to go along with just good common sense and objectivity. We can't get so emotionally tied to one side of an argument or another, or one political party or another, and then just always default to that. And again, I just think it's important that we have some integrity. I mean, that's what it comes down to. It's just being honest, being objective, and having some integrity with the things that we talk about. I don't know Joe Kent. His resignation was the first I'd ever heard of him, but I am curious about Gary's take on the things that he said, the things said about him. We're going to talk about that in just a moment too. And I actually want to dispel and get rid of some of the things being said about him and his wife that I looked into today. We'll get into that. YouTube is still deleting comments. I don't know what's up with that, Tammy. I don't know what to tell you.
I just went back and looked. I don't see any of her comments anywhere. That's
crazy. Pappy, thank you very much. Ultimately, my goal for this channel is if you want sensationalism, if you want just pure partisan politics, go somewhere else. I'm going to tell you what the facts are. We're going to do it with integrity, and then you can decide on what to do with that information. I will give my opinions on it. I'm obviously very opinionated. I'm very conservative. I won't even say far right, but I'm pretty far right on a lot of issues. So I'm going to give you my opinion on it based on what I know and my experience, and we're going to try to do things correctly, and we're going to give you the truth. And if we get something wrong, we're going to come back and fix it. That's the only thing that we can do, and that's how this information should be delivered time and time again. Thank you, Mary Jean. Yeah, I agree with you, K. Pasta. When he said that Trump was drugged into this war for Israel, it's a huge red flag. I mean, it's just demonstrably false. Like, we have so many reasons to go into this war. We have so many reasons to make sure. And by the way, that was definitely one of Trump's campaign promises, that Iran would not get a nuclear weapon, period, that he would end Iran's nuclear program. I mean, that's something that he said from the very beginning, going back to his first administration and definitely going into this one. And I do think that's important. It's being an extreme isolationist is just as dangerous as being an extreme interventionalist. Like, you can't be on either side of that. We got to find some common, like, middle ground with that. We can't just put our head in the sands and pretend that certain threats aren't threats. And if we just leave them alone, they'll leave us alone. That's not how the world works. It never has and never will. What all of us are afraid of and disagree with is like this forever war that we saw with Iraq and Afghanistan. And everybody is traumatized by that. I get it, including me. I don't want to see that happen. And hopefully that won't happen. But what we do have is we definitely have Donald Trump's record to look at and compare. He's had quick, immediate, effective military action that's taken place time and time again, and he got out. Look at Syria. Syria was going to be another forever war, without a doubt. That was just going to be another grift, just like Iraq and Afghanistan. And when Donald Trump came in, he destroyed and decimated ISIS within weeks. If the Biden administration had won, well, then it was the Hillary Clinton. If Clinton had won, which she was a carryover from the Obama administration, that would have lasted forever. I knew people that were on the ground in special operations that were carrying out operations before Trump's election and after Trump's election. And let me tell you something, the way that they were hamstrung during the Obama administration compared to how they were let loose and just went out and just killed the crap out of ISIS, completely destroyed them within a couple of weeks. They were sending me information. They were sending me photos. They were sending me pictures. They were just giving me sit reps on what was going on up there. Nothing, not sharing classified information or anything like that, but telling me what's going on. And I was like, man, I'm ready to go jump back into a uniform and go back over there. I was ready to go because he was allowing special operations to unleash the fury that they are trained and that group of people are designed to do. We were killing bad guys. That's what we're designed to do. Kill bad guys, get out. That's what they did. And that's what they did in Syria. So completely different compared to whether we're talking about George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Biden. Like, Donald Trump is not into creating these forever war scenarios. And it doesn't look good for him. I don't think he has a will for it. It's not what he wants to do. But I think we have to put down the threat that is Iran. That's my opinion on this. Now, just like I said, at the end of the day, all of us are speculating, right? We're trying to forecast the future. If you say, hey, we should just leave Iran alone, 5 years from now, that could come back to bite us with hundreds of thousands of Americans dead because of a nuclear weapon that's smuggled into this country, or Americans being targeted overseas, or God forbid, Israel hit with a nuclear weapon. Like, there's a lot of bad scenarios that can definitely play out if we just leave Iran alone. Now, there's a lot of bad scenarios that could play out if we actually intervene with them the way that we have. This could turn into a prolonged war. I don't think that will happen. Hopefully it won't. But I do think it's the right thing to do. I mean, if there was ever a war that was justified, I mean, we know they have nuclear weapons. This is not WMDs of Iraq. We know that they've killed Americans, hundreds of Americans killed during my time in the military through the EFPs that they were smuggling over. We know through their proxies, hundreds of Americans have been killed. We have the Beirut bombing. Like, we can go through and list the hundreds and hundreds of times that they have attacked Americans and or American interests, and the unrest that they're causing in the Middle East. Like, 95% of what's going on in the Middle East and the problem that we have with the Middle East originates with Iran. Like, they're an issue. And never mind all of the human rights violations that they are constantly putting upon their own people. Suddenly the left doesn't care about human rights. Suddenly the left doesn't care, and the woke right, they don't care the fact that Iran is doing nothing but targeting civilians. They don't care about all that stuff. My God, if one American missile allegedly hits an unintended target, suddenly we're war criminals. We got to, like, everybody should be tried and hanged and everything within the U.S. government. It's nuts. And there is no objectivity. There's no fairness. It's just insanity that's being pushed upon us. One thing I do want to address up front, and this is something that I started this morning looking into, is a lot of people are tying Joe Kent's wife to the gray zone, and sort of rightfully so. And because of that, and by the way, the Gray Zone is a publication, who started it and is the executive editor on that, if you will, is Max Blumenthal. Max Blumenthal is a far left extremist. I mean, he's been hired by Salon, Al Jazeera English, a bunch of extreme leftist, anti-American publications that he's been a part of before he opened up his own. Now, the one thing that you need to realize too is that Max Blumenthal happens to be the son of Sidney Blumenthal. Now, for those of you that know anything about the Clinton administration, Sidney Blumenthal was known as Sid Vicious. He was basically the attack dog of the Clintons. Very extreme person, is one of these people that will stop at nothing to destroy an enemy of his and or of the Clintons. He was involved in not only the Monica Lewinsky scandal, but later on with Hillary Clinton involved with Benghazi as well. He actually testified at the Benghazi ARB and those hearings. So that's who Max Blumenthal is. And he's even more extreme than Sidney Blumenthal. Now, he does have this publication, The Gray Zone. And Heather did publish an article with The Gray Zone. I went back and read that article. And I thought I was going to find, this far extreme leftist, whatever else. Here's what I'll tell you from that is the article was on basically fraud, waste, and abuse that was taking place with the Ukraine war. I actually found the article very based, very fair. And she was basically just pointing out the fact that there was a lot of money going over there and being used for things that it was not allocated for. So that is the only tie that I can find with her in any sort of leftist extremist. Now, she may be more tied in with some of these people than I have found, but I just want to, I feel like that is people on the right going after Joe Kent through his wife. I'm not seeing those leftist connections, extreme left connections that I saw originally being, spread around the internet. So I just want to kind of point that out real quick. We need to be fair and we need to fight with a little bit of integrity here and make sure that we're not just putting out information because it's going to harm somebody that we disagree with. That's the problem with all this. Joe Kent, depending on how, and I do think there are investigations into his leaks right now, depending on how all of that plays out, he may be somebody that is just a conscientious objector of this, that is concerned about what's going on, that is, there's a lot of circumstances that point in a different direction. And I want to lay those out too. So anyways, that's kind of where we are with this. If you will, go ahead and throw up the Sean Ryan interview with Joe Kent.
That's the logical conclusion to the direction that we're heading in right now, unless we make some serious changes.
I mean, I've already heard rumors that Fifth Group is going to be sending guys to Iraq because of the escalated situation with Iran now. Yeah.
I mean, most Americans aren't aware of it. Our troops in Iraq and Syria have been attacked 150 plus times by Iranian proxies. And when we say Iranian proxies, we got to be clear on what that is. That's the Iraqi government that we pay. Because after the Iraqi military, we spent $2 trillion on, surrendered to ISIS, we had to go back in there in very short order and stand the military back up again. And guess who filled the breach? The Shia militias controlled by Iran did. And the Iraqi government's controlled by Iran. So these are, they're still registered.
All right, so there we go. Like he's talking about and describing the threat that Iran poses just on our military troops in Iraq and far beyond that. So the idea that no matter where you stand on this, if you're against the war, that's fine. But again, when you're sitting out, your resignation letter is stating that Iran isn't an imminent threat. I mean, to me, that's just bonkers. Like you've lost touch with reality totally on that. I do want to share this with you real quick. That's not it. We'll get to that in just a second. So Liz Wheeler kind of lays this out very well. And this is exactly how I feel about this entire thing.
On Mark Levin's show, on the radio show, that has yet to come to fruition. We don't know whether that's going to be real or not. Suffice to say, the two shows that are the least likely to ask the most important question, do you have proof that there is no Iranian threat? And do you have evidence that Israel tricked Trump into this war? The two shows least likely to ask that question are the two shows that Joe Kent has chosen to go on in the immediate aftermath of his resignation. Now, again, I have no problem with someone resigning from the government if they disagree with a policy that the president for whom they work is implementing. That would be a very difficult thing to do. If you don't agree with the president, why would you want to work to achieve his agenda? That's literally why we have Republican staff when it's a Republican president, Democrat staff when it's a Democrat president. But that's also true in niche policy areas. If you have a different foreign policy philosophy than the president's, you're probably not going to want to work implementing his foreign policy. I get that. But to go on a media tour insinuates one of two things: that either you have information of severe corruption, so severe that it could not be remedied internally, that you have to take this to the American people rather than go the legal whistleblower route internally in the intelligence community, or there's some kind of other attention that is being sought. So here's the point in the show in which we say two things can be true at once. Joe Kent served his country in the United States military, and we are very grateful for his service. He is a veteran. Joe Kent lost his first wife, Shannon. She was killed by an ISIS suicide bomber. Something so horrific, I can't even imagine.
Look, and this is really important because this is where I stand a lot on this issue, is until proven otherwise, well, without a doubt, Joe Kent is a patriot. All right. He has sacrificed a lot of time, put his life in danger hundreds, if not thousands of times for this country, lost his wife to ISIS. He's a patriot. There's no if and or buts about it. And until we have hard proof that he is doing something nefarious or illegal, I think he deserves, just like every American does, the benefit of the doubt that he's guilty of any crimes or any corruptions. I do agree with what Liz is saying here. One of the biggest problems is you don't just get to come out and say, hey, this administration is being manipulated by Israel without proof of that. You don't get to say that, hey, Iran is not an imminent threat without laying out some proof that they are not an imminent threat, when I think all the facts and history say otherwise, without a doubt.
What that must feel like, the grief that he and his family have suffered. Those things can both be true, but it can also be true that Joe Kent can be behaving as an opportunist. Again, this is dynamic analysis. There's a lot of information that we don't know, but I cannot imagine sitting here, and I suspect you feel the same way. I cannot imagine having worked for an administration, and hypothetically put yourself in this position. You work for the Trump administration. You say, I share this agenda with you. I want to be part of making your administration successful and executing on this agenda. Something happens that you don't agree with. And instead of simply saying, you know what, there's someone else better to serve your agenda because I simply don't agree with what you're doing, you make allegations so serious that you're essentially saying that President Trump is stupid, that he can be manipulated by a foreign leader like a puppet, that he made a decision to embark on a military campaign in Iran because he was tricked. And that
let's be clear on what he is accusing President Trump of. He's accusing President Trump of treason. I mean, that is what we're really talking about here when we get down to brass tacks. He's saying, hey, you know what? You're willing to put American lives and throw American lives away at the behest of Israel. At the behest of Israel. And you're willing to put a foreign country's interest ahead of our own. That's what he's saying. The allegations couldn't be more serious, and yet he threw it in a resignation letter with no follow-up. I mean, that in itself is not only unprofessional, it's immoral.
Iran poses no threat. I cannot imagine being in a position in the Trump administration, making those claims publicly and then not providing proof of it. It's almost embarrassing to think about that you would make such a claim and garner all this attention without any evidence whatsoever. Here's the thing. This particular line of Joe Kent's resignation letter reads, in your first administration, he's addressing President Trump, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS, end quote. And I read this, and I thought, wait a second. Who said that this is a forever war? This operation that President Trump began in Iran, it's been less than 3 weeks? Less than 3 weeks. What about this, and please be specific, makes this a forever war? Listen, I'm against forever wars. I know you're against forever wars. Again, regardless of whether you wanted President Trump to engage in military intervention in Iran or not, we are all against forever wars. This is a position that is held now by the inevitably mean a forever war. It's loosely held secrets in Washington, D.C. Now, you can make the argument that some leaking to the press is good if there's corruption. It's the equivalent of being a whistleblower. And as a journalist, I mean, I get information from leakers. I'm not going to totally disagree with that. But what I disagree with, and what I never report on, is when a leaker leaks something and tells me to take their word for it. If you want to leak something, especially when you are alleging serious corruption and scandal, you show me the evidence. And Joe Kent has not done that. It's also, of course, and everyone has noted this online, in the hours in the past day since Joe Kent had tendered his resignation, that this position that Joe Kent is taking, so opposed to the Iran military action, not because he fears forever war. I mean, he's already defining it as a forever war, but blaming it on Israel is completely counter to what he was saying just a couple years ago, in his very recent past. If you look at some of the posts Joe Kent made on X, I'm going to bring a couple of these up so you can see them on the screen. This is January 7th of 2020. So this is during Trump's first administration. Joe Kent posted, "Real Donald Trump, we should not sit and wait for the next attack. Wipe Iran's ballistic capability out and get our troops out of Iraq. They're only targets now. No U.S. wounded in action or killed in action is a tribute to the professionalism of our military and intel professionals, not Iranian restraint."
All right. So, there's a couple things there as well. Like, first and foremost, this idea that we can just leave Iraq, we tried that. The Obama administration had tried that. We cannot just leave Iraq unless we want another hotbed of terrorist activity taking place, and for them to equip themselves to be much more capable to launch terrorist attacks from that location and just turn it into a terrorist training ground. We can't do that. That is, like, again, for Joe Kent to say that we just need to pull everybody out of Iraq, to me, it's just like, knowing where he comes from and knowing what he should know is insane to me. We saw how that works. We have a precedent. Robin Page, 1987, says, "Any of the 47 years of attacks by IRGC against us would have been an instant war declaration, invasion, and occupation of Iran by any other country in any other era. Islamists will always be a threat." Couldn't agree with you more. This is another thing that Joe Kent has had a theme going throughout his military and or political career. He's always talked about the Islamist threat. We understand that. And the problem that we're seeing here is he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. I don't know how these two things, or the multiple things that he's saying, I don't know how he reconciles those, because they're complete opposites. Thank you, Stacey Hall, for becoming a member. We appreciate you, what you do. Joe Kent, the leaker, appearing with Candace Owens and Carrie P. Bowler now on Catholics for Prayer Gala tomorrow night. What a lineup. Shameful Catholic institution sponsoring these three. I just want to point out that right now we don't have clear evidence that he is the source of many leaks. I will say there's lots of circumstantial evidence that does point to that. So I would say we reserve condemnation on that until we have more information. Did you see my email about Tim Sundles? No, but I will look that up at some point in this right now.
Gary, would you like me to throw up the video of Fox News this morning?
Yeah, let me hit a couple of these. You can throw that up and get ready to play it, and I'll just zip through some of these.
Was based on the influence of others, even foreign countries, is both insulting and laughable. Now, our own Aisha Hasni reporting that on background to a senior that Joe Kent was cut out of POTUS intelligence briefings months ago due to allegations of.
All right. Yeah, let's hit these real quick. So all of the people went to Tucker's Christmas party are now spewing this narrative. Interesting. Now, that's a good point. That is a very interesting point. Nikki, let me just pull this off there. It's blocking your guys' super chat. I feel like there's a coordinated campaign by our fake grifters to undermine Trump. Time will tell what happened with Joe. Agreed. Why send her a letter of resignation to President Trump, his boss, Secretary Gabbard? Oh, that's another great point. You're exactly right. I should have went to Gabbard, not Trump. That kind of tells you that is actually a really good observation. That tells you that this is more of a scheme to get attention more than it was just a professional resignation. Really good point. See, we got some of the best viewers in the world right here. No sympathy for Ken. His letter and timing was absolutely harmful to our country. The timing, the wording, and the other things surrounding it, like his scheduled interview with Carlson that we'll be watching here in just a few minutes. I'm going to give him time. I'm supposed to start at 6. I'm going to give him time so that we can skip forward through commercial breaks and all those things. Don't mean to bug you about it. However, I think it's important not to push beliefs over facts to a big audience. I agree. I think that's what I've been saying here the whole time, right? I mean, I don't know how I am doing anything other than that. And I want to be careful too. So let me follow that up. WB excavation. Do you feel like I am pushing beliefs over facts? Is that what you're saying? What's the over-under? Kent's evidence boils down to vibes and feelings, yet will be exalted by Scamdis and Carlson as a smoking gun. Yeah, I mean, again, look, here's where I'm hesitant, and I don't want to get too critical, is that Kent does have information that we wouldn't have. Maybe there is a smoking gun here. Like, bring it out. But that's what we should lead with, as opposed to just subverting the administration by throwing accusations that we're being controlled by Israel. I just reject that totally. Not only is the United States being 1,000 times bigger in every way, Israel is, from influence to power to money to GDP to military, whatever. They're not influencing us in a way that where we could say they can control us. They might give us information. They might be able to kind of push us in a certain direction one way or the other. Worst case scenario. But the idea that Bibi Netanyahu is going to get over on Trump, just trick Trump into doing something that he normally wouldn't do, to me is just ludicrous. Doesn't make sense at all. Domsey, always taking care of us. Thank you very much, Domsey. You're the best. That was in regards to Tim Sundles. Got it. Okay. I'll try to pull that up here when I got a quick minute to pull that up. All right, going back to the Fox News hit.
Decision was based on the influence of others, even foreign countries, is both insulting and laughable. Now, our own Aisha Hasni reporting that on background to a senior administration official says that Joe Kent was cut out of POTUS intelligence briefings months ago due to allegations of suspected leaks, and that he has not been a part of any Iran planning discussions or briefings at all, which sort of posed the disconnect addressed earlier this morning by the administration, saying that he wasn't privy to the classified information that indeed underscores and proves, provides the evidence that Iran was nuclear empowered or about to be. And final quick point that I've referenced Joe Kent's testimony on the Hill many times in 2025 of the 18,000 known terrorists that came through the southern border under the Biden administration's watch in the prior 4 years.
We are still dealing with today, and we will get to that in just a moment. Actually, you know, Harris, he's also sitting there with Ireland. It's a close ally of the United States, and he called out Europe, and he called them out domestically. And he said, if you don't deal with it.
All right. So, you know, one of the things that's been being put out there, and now it's being said by Fox News, I hope they confirm this information, is that basically we have Joe Kent being removed from access to a lot of information for the last few weeks. That would indicate, now I've heard a lot of people say that he's had his security clearance revoked. I don't think there's any evidence of that. You can actually be removed from access to a program, maintain a security clearance, and if there was some sort of investigation, that's typically what's going to happen. Just because you have a top secret clearance doesn't mean you have access to all information. You still have to have a need to know. So that's how that works for people that don't understand that. If that's true, it at least indicates that there is an investigation into him leaking information or using information in a way that is not correct. Remember to renew your gifted membership after 30 days. Thank you for supporting this channel. Great reminder. 2C TV just dropped the next 9-minute video on YouTube. Provide a link to that. Maybe we'll check that out real quick. Let me look over here at the Tucker Carlson network and see if that video is getting geared up.
Gary, 2C's the one that I was telling you about who escaped Iran and his father is on the ground. I'm trying to get him on the show.
Okay. If we can find that link, let's look at that. I'm still waiting for a video to pop up on Tucker.
Also, we have the video of CIA Director John Radcliffe, who testified today in front of Congress, or in front of, I think it was part of Congress, talking about how they asked him directly if Joe Kent was telling the truth, and he basically said, no, there is absolutely a threat.
Well, let's key that up.
The National Counterterrorism Center resigned, saying that Iran did not represent an imminent threat to the United States. Is there anything to indicate that Iran had ceased in its nuclear ambitions or in its desire to continue to build ballistic missiles capable of threatening American troops and allies in the Middle East?
Senator, no. In fact, the intelligence reflects the contrary.
So you disagree with Mr. Kent?
I do.
I would think any fair-minded assessment of the situation, even based on open sources, would reflect the danger the regime poses to the United States.
Yeah, so there again, you can take that for what it is. It's not like people in different positions of government haven't lied before. So we at least have a counter narrative that I think, again, like the idea that Iran is not a threat to the United States is just not supported by any facts that we know. How long ago was he suspected of leaking? Is that why he was cut out of intel? Well, so some other parts of that. Jen, do you have the video where we talk about him being tied in with Signalgate?
I have a clip.
Throw that up there.
A screenshot.
There we go. So, and again, we don't have 100% proof or anything. He may not have been involved in this and leaking this information at all. But we do know that even going back to the Signalgate controversy with Pete Hegseth, Joe Kent was in on that Signal chat. Now, was he the one that leaked it? We don't know. But there has been rumors of Joe Kent being a leaker, and I've heard them probably going back at least 5-6 months. Who knows? And here's the thing. The reason that I tend to believe those is because until now, Joe Kent wasn't a controversial figure. It would be weird to identify him out of all the other people that are available to throw some sort of, shadow over or try to get them in trouble with anything. Like, he wasn't someone that was out in the limelight that was fighting for or against Trump in any particular way. And the fact that his name has kept coming up time and time again as a leaker, I think, that's what's happened. All right. Without a doubt. So you guys interpret that however you want. His name has come up without a doubt, time and time again as a leaker. And it always seemed odd to me. Serious question. Have you ever heard what Israel could possibly offer America that would be worth us acting counter to our interests? No. Like, I'm with you, Dr. Altoids. Like, what are they offering us? Like, what are they giving us? Like, what are they buying us out of? Like, it's the biggest benefit of Israel is for us to be able to have an ally that allows us to project power in the Middle East. Like, that's the juice that makes it worth the squeeze of this relationship with Israel. Even the billions of dollars that we do send them, number one, we get a pretty good return on that stuff. That's something I've looked into at length. As a matter of fact, probably the best return out of any money that we're sending any other country. And you guys can, like, I was completely skeptical of all that when going back months and months ago. I started looking into it, and generally that's true. am I still skeptical or critical of us sending money to anyone? Yeah, I am. Oh, throw that back up there. Iran is zero threat to any American. It is a threat to Israel. Well, like, what are you talking about? I don't even know how you can say that. Iran is not a zero threat to Americans. We have Americans abroad, whether they're in theaters or just out and about. Like, we've been targeted and killed by Iran probably more than any other country. Matter of fact, I think that's easy to say. Like, even during the Cold War, we weren't targeted and killed by Russia. Americans weren't targeted and killed by Russia the way that we have been Iran since 1979. I mean, those are facts. So, you know what we're going to do? Throw up another comment. Israel government was against war to remove Saddam. If Joe Kent says his former wife was killed by a war Israel started, being as she died in Syria, killed by ISIS, that's a whole bunch of blame shifting onto Israel. Why? Chiefly for reestablished nation of Israel existing. Look, when you go back, and I went back and I've watched some of the things that Bibi Netanyahu said, it's easy to cherry pick a little bit of both from that. They were definitely on board supporting the United States. That being said, like, you can't blame Israel for us being involved in Iraq and Afghanistan for over 20 years. Like, you can't. Maybe they gave us some bad intelligence that caused the initial invasion, but it was our decision completely that once we invaded, killed everybody, by the way. I was with the invasion into Iraq. Like, that war was over within 3 weeks. At some point in time, we were like, you know what? This is a nice spot. We're just going to hang out here for the next 20 years. And we had all kinds of defense contractors coming in. I mean, billions and billions of dollars being made by different companies overseas. I think part of this, working overseas in Iraq, that were American companies, everything from, I mean, you name it. I mean, everything from electricians to other contractors, like every industry possible. We were building cities over there. I watched them as we're building cities. They had mechanics over there. They had other companies for cleaning, for food, for you name it. Everything that you could every vocation that you could have inside of a non-military city. All right, they had in Iraq and Afghanistan hundreds of thousands of contractors over there making tons and tons of money, both at the individual level and at the company level. I think some of that obviously was greed. The other probably, like, they wanted to justify it. Like, there was some benefit to the American economy, people over there making money, and U.S. companies making money, but at what expense? Thousands of American lives, and we shouldn't have been over there. So that's what was going on. Jen, I accidentally removed one of the comments that you threw up. You can throw that one back up there.
Do you know which one it was?
I don't. Never mind. Sorry.
That's
Whoever that
okay.
was. We had too many people clicking things. Who are we supposed to trust and listen to? Well, here's a clue.
Gary.
Yep.
No, I'm saying we should trust Gary.
Well, no, like, the clue is when people are outright, they're lying. And when somebody says that Iran is not a threat to Americans, I tend to disregard their opinion. That's where I'm at, because I mean, just research it yourself. Research the last time an American was killed by an Iranian or an Iranian operation, or just a few weeks ago, somebody was just convicted of the fact that they were told by Iran, all right, to kill the president of the United States. I mean, that's a clear operation, an Iranian operation targeting the president of the United States. So, I mean, we can pretend that facts don't exist, and just put our heads in the sand because we're an extreme isolationist. Like, that's dangerous. I think, without a doubt, well, I'll say, extreme isolationism is just as dangerous as extreme interventionists. Like, those two people, I don't want anything to do with them, because they're going to get people killed one way or the other. Paramount Tactical, would you consider looking into having Joel Richardson on your show? He's very knowledgeable about end times. I watched a series on FAI, and he would be good. Sure. Jen, write that name down. We'll look into him, and if he seems like he'd be a great guest, we'll have him on. I love having guests on. He got caught leaking and had to throw that out. So when they go after him as a leaker, he can say they're going after him for resigning. Eventually, all we have is we don't have any proof right now, to be fair, that he leaked anything. We have a lot of people saying it. We have Fox News saying it. We have a lot of people saying it, and they've been saying it for a long time. So it's probably true, but I would like some evidence of that. I'm asking his leadership, who do we trust? Look, right now, I trust President Trump. I mean, what has he lied about? He's done everything that he said he was going to do in this administration in the first year. He's gotten so much done, in spite of the amount of pushback that he's had politically, geopolitically. Look, I mean, I think the Trump administration has done a great job. I think that he has put some really great people. Not all of them are great, but most of them are great, and all of them are better than anybody that was in those positions during the Biden administration, for sure. Like Pam Bondi, not a big fan. Kash Patel, I'm like, I don't know how great he is. Pete Hegseth, I love. Like, the more I see Pete Hegseth, the more I'm thinking that he needs to run for president in 2028. And by the way, I do have a problem with this. Like, where the heck is JD Vance been? Like, we haven't seen the vice president on any of these issues. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing him. Maybe he's out there and I'm not seeing it. Jen, have you seen JD Vance anywhere?
Yeah, I've seen him on a couple different.
Hold on. Don't ever contradict me in public. Jesus.
You asked if I saw him.
Fair enough.
Not that you didn't see him. Of course you didn't see him. No, so he has been on his tour to, remember, Trump appointed him to be the head of the fraud specialty group. He has been going to California and to Minneapolis and to a couple other states to talk to people about the fraud and get investigations going and appointing people and all that jazz. So he's been very busy with the fraud here at home.
So I guess Nick Shirley's about to drop a new special on what's going on in California. He says it's worse, and it's not surprising. But he's saying it's actually worse than what was happening in Minnesota, and I'm not surprised by that at all. Does Kent have a podcast? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, he's been in government employ for the last year or so. If he starts one or plugs one on Tucker's interview, it'll be very damning, especially if he gets on a Candy interview. Yeah, yeah, again, I'm disappointed by the people that he's choosing to put this information out with. And again, it does make me suspicious of his motives. And I think that's fair. I think Kent was leaking to Tucker. I currently think that as well. Have no proof of that, but I do think that. That's why Tucker said he would attack Iran when they didn't. That's how they found the leaker. That is also out there in the zeitgeist, right? That's what they're saying. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for the super chat, Paige Malone. The BS story is that Israel owns Trump and most of the other leaders because of, wait for it, Epstein files, the biggest straw man there ever was. The Epstein files, to me, has turned into the biggest psyop that has ever existed. There's nothing in there that I found, nothing actionable that I found. I don't know if there ever was. I can just tell you from what I've seen reported, and that's why we're not seeing anything come out of it. We have it being used as a cudgel by people like Candace Owens, Ian Carroll. I mean, the left, the usual suspects are like, oh, the Epstein files. It is a straw man. It is a red herring, and they got nothing. And if like Candace Owens and Ian Carroll were so worried about it, instead of bitching that the Trump administration isn't doing anything about it, why aren't they investigating it themselves? Because there's nothing there, unfortunately. And again, you know, the Biden administration has had those sitting in there for 4 years. They could have done whatever they wanted to with them. Like, there is no chain of custody with those files. We don't know how if things have been taken out of them or if things have been put into them. So to me, the credibility of those has fallen extremely flat, and it is disappointing. And we were told by a lot of people, in looking back, I think this was a story. And again, it was a political weapon used by both sides. During the Biden administration, people like me and many people out there was like, hey, what about the Epstein files? We weren't obsessive over it the way that the left and the woke right are currently, but we were constantly bringing it up. And then when Trump actually released them, and I think he was hesitant to release them because he had already gotten the information. He'd gotten the brief like, man, there's nothing in there. And come to find out, at least unless there was some dubious activity behind the scenes, Dan Bongino and Cash Patel were right. It's like, hey, there's nothing in there that we can use to prosecute anybody. I think there has been a few people prosecuted through the Epstein files by Pam Bondi, but what everybody wanted to see, look, let's be real. The right wanted to see Bill Clinton, which I will tell you, the most damning things in there have to do with Bill Clinton. I don't know if there's anything that you could take to a prosecutor and come up with some charges with. And then the other thing that everybody thought on the left and the woke right was that there was going to be some clear evidence of Trump being involved with Epstein Island. And come to find out, like, it has done nothing but exonerate Trump and his relationship with Epstein, which ended very early on. And he was involved with actually getting him thrown out of his club and everything else. So these were a bunch of things that people wanted to be true that unfortunately just weren't. And now they're going to use them as a political weapon going forward. Yeah, I didn't see that. Lori Love USA says Vance just spoke standing next to President Trump at the White House. Was that today? I just haven't seen him in the last couple of weeks. So maybe it's just me. Maybe I just haven't seen what he's been doing out there. So take that for what it is.
I mean, you have been dealing with the man flu, so.
I have, like, pretty much on the verge of death every night. No big deal. Let me see what is going on here with Tucker. He should have started. I can't see where any of, oh, here we go. Here we go. We got it. We're going to back that thing up. I'm going to share this tab instead real quick. We're going to go here and we are going to play this for you all. Hopefully it will allow us to stream it and we will take it from there. Let me see if there's any other super chats before we get started on this. All right, here we go, folks. Playing from the beginning. Oh, great. Bunch of music. Oh. Ah. Music. You know what? Hit that until we find this. Good God. My mouse is like jumping all over the place. I don't know what's going on right now. It's not helping me out here. All right. What is happening with my mouse? I can't even hit.
Yesterday, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Here it is.
What do you think the immediate and then longer term effects of a war with Iran would be on the United States?
Immediately, it would be very bloody. I have no doubt that we could probably defeat some of their air defense and go in there and have another shock and awe campaign. But again, like we saw how the shock and awe campaign in Iraq really didn't actually work in the long run. So I have no doubt that we'd have some immediate results that people would cheer about here in the United States. But Iran, Persia has always been an empire. It's been around longer than any of the other players in the modern Middle East right now, and they are not going anywhere. If we get deeply involved and deeply entangled with Iran, we are playing right into China's hands, because China would like nothing more than for us to be committing our military industrial base to a war in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, and then to be committing our conventional military power, our blood and our treasure, back in the Middle East. That will make the Pacific, our actual border, extremely vulnerable to Chinese aggression, or China will simply just watch us bleed out economically as we.
All right, real quick, just so everybody has some context. This was from an interview 2 years ago. I actually watched this earlier today. There's some things that are incorrect about what he's saying here. And Trump has actually done a good job setting the stage for our success against China in regards to this. And that was number one, he took out Venezuela first. Number two, now that Iran is gone, the majority of the oil, the energy that China relies on to do anything with, like, we own it now. We own it. So that is not quite true. And I think Trump has done a really good job of setting the stage to make sure that we are not only attacking Iran, we are subsequently attacking China at the same time, which I think is quite genius.
Bleed out on the battlefield on these couple different theaters. It's absolute insanity. It's opening up Pandora's box. And again, for what gain to the American people?
So the very first thing you notice about that clip, which was shot almost exactly a year before the current president was inaugurated, is that it was right. It was prescient. He called it. He called the general outline. Not that it was hard to call, but Joe Kent knows what he's talking about. He spent a lot of his life in that region. And he said a year before this current presidency began, this is a big, serious country. It's the oldest civilization in the region. And if we went to war with Iran, there would be a momentary sugar high. Americans would support it because they support their own country and they certainly support their military, and people would approve of it. But very quickly,
the IRGC has only been around for 47 years. I don't know what he's talking about. It's not like we're dealing with some sort of empire that's been around for thousands of years. It's not true at all. Basically, who has controlled Iran has been turned over multiple times throughout history. So, it's dishonest to even frame it that way. I don't understand where he's going with that.
You could see a process by which we got caught there, trapped there, bear trap. Hard to extricate yourself from that. And sitting on the sidelines would be our chief global competitor, China, who would be silently nodding along with a slowly spreading grin, knowing that they were the main beneficiary of what they were seeing, of our waste of American lives and treasure, as Joe Kent said. So we haven't reached that stage, thankfully. We're moving toward it, and everyone who's watching carefully knows that. And if you're honest, you know that. So this is a very serious moment we're in, and we're watching not just a war in Iran, but potentially a total realignment of the world and the loss, in some sense, of what the United States has globally. This could be the beginning of the end of our influence in a lot of the world, and that's just the beginning. So again, that's a big deal. It's starting to dawn on people, and that leaves Joe Kent as one of the relatively few people connected to this administration who said it in public. Is that good or bad? Well, it may seem good. Of course, you want to be around people who have clarity about what's going to happen next. But in practical terms, it's bad. In fact, it's always bad. Whenever you have somebody who stands up and says, don't do this, here's what could happen, and then you do it anyway, and it turns out that person was right, your first instinct is not to apologize and correct your behavior. Your first instinct is to crush the person who called it correctly. And that's your instinct because, and it's the lowest of all instincts, but it's a human instinct. That's your instinct because his correct prediction is an indictment of you, of course. And it's a way to deflect attacks on you and your own culpability by blaming the guy who told you it was going to happen before you did it. And this is a long-standing fact of human life. And in the last 60 years in this country, it has been the iron law of foreign policy, which is to say, when things go wrong, the only people who get punished are the people who criticize the adventure in the first place. You can imagine General Westmoreland attacking Walter Cronkite of CBS News, whatever you think of Walter Cronkite, in my case, not much. But fundamentally, it was Walter Cronkite sitting very much on the sidelines saying, hey, this war's not going well. And there was General Westmoreland prosecuting the war. But General Westmoreland argued till the end of his life, in some ways successfully, that he lost the war because Walter Cronkite criticized the war. Is that really true? How many troops did Walter Cronkite command Was he in charge of strategy? Don't think so. He was a newsreader in New York. But you can see why Westmoreland did that, why a lot of people believed it, agreed with Westmoreland. You saw the same thing happen in the days after the tragic and incredibly stupid Afghan withdrawal under Joe Biden. That didn't help the United States. Of course, we had to get out of Afghanistan, but the way we did it, who would argue that was a good thing? It was a terrible thing and resulted in the deaths of a lot of Americans. So who was punished for that? As far as we can tell, and we've checked, only one person, and that would be Colonel Stu Scheller of the United States Marine Corps. What was his crime? Planning the withdrawal from Afghanistan? Oh, no. No, Stu Scheller's crime was saying out loud, boy, that didn't work very well, and why'd we do this? And for that, he went to jail. The people who actually did it, who gave the orders, or who carried them out without asking questions about them, which was everybody else, they're fine. You don't even know their names, and they certainly haven't been penalized. So there is a long history, because this is a standing feature of the way people are, that you criticize those who told the truth and who were right, who called it ahead of time. Now, in a functioning society, you get a hold of yourself and you understand that people are like this, but if you want to be successful as a society, you have to restrain that impulse because it's low and it's counterproductive. And if you silence people who tell the truth, you end up making the same mistakes again and again and again. And maybe that's why we're here at this pivotal point in our war with Iran. So that's the first thing you notice. Joe Kent was right. Therefore, Joe Kent must be destroyed. And there is, of course, this ongoing effort to do that, to dismiss Joe Kent as a tool of the Islamists or a leaker, or say he's married to someone who works for Hezbollah, or lie after lie after lie. But they're all aimed at Joe Kent, the man, at his motives, at his character, at his personality, at his wife. And that's by design, because none of them touch on his reason for resigning as director of the National Counterterrorism Center. Because if you focused on that, you would have to answer his questions. You'd have to answer, is this true? Is what Joe Kent, who possessed highest level intelligence clearances, who was really barred from knowing no secret in the U.S. government since he was one of our top intelligence officials until yesterday, seems like a pretty informed guy. Is what he's saying true? That's the last conversation anyone in Washington wants to have. So just attack him. And you're going to see a lot more of that. The people who said this war was a bad idea will be punished. And the more it turns out they were right, which is to say the worse this project goes, the more it becomes obviously counterproductive to American interests, the more vigorously they will be punished, unto and including jail. Stu Scheller went to jail. Probably not the only one who will going forward. So you should just know that and understand what you're seeing in those terms. The second thing that comes immediately to mind when you watch Joe Kent from January of 2024 talk about what would happen if we went to war with Iran is that what he said that day, a year before Donald Trump's inauguration, could have been said by Donald Trump, maybe with a different style. He was making Donald Trump's case, the case that Donald Trump has made for a very long time. Donald Trump, as everybody knows, became the Republican nominee in 2016, 10 years ago, in part because he was the only Republican running for president that year out of a field of nearly 20 people who was willing to say what everyone else knew but was afraid to say, which is the Iraq war didn't help us. It hurt us. It was a dumb idea, and it went on way too long, and it became the quagmire that people like Donald Trump predicted it would be. And
look, you know, in this time of uncertainty, when we have nothing but propagandists on both sides spewing nonsense constantly, this right here is the thing that you should always go back to. Who has the most evidence? Who's talking and accusing people or saying things are taking place without evidence? It's real simple. If something is happening, there's always going to be evidence. And this is what we've known as a society for a really long time. And this is what it comes back down to. And this is exactly right. We have clear evidence. We have 47 years of history of Iran being a threat to the United States, targeting the United States, claiming they're going to destroy the United States while they're trying to get a nuclear weapon. And then we have somebody comes up and says, you know what, Iran's not a threat to the United States. After that same person, by the way, has spent a career talking about the threat that is Iran to the United States. And this is where like my feels and vibes start going off. It's like, you know what? Based on the evidence, this person seems like they're lying, and they're not providing any evidence to counter this narrative. Like, it always has to come back down to this. I mean, logic, common sense, evidence. It's real simple. And that's what we got to use more of. And that's true discernment. And that's true critical thinking. That's what it actually is. As opposed to, well, you know, I've heard this enough times, I'm starting to feel like it's true. Because that's what's taking place. Is people are really good at repeating lies over and over and over and saying Erica Kirk's guilty, TPUSA is guilty, over and over, never once providing the information, but we've heard it enough. And if you're weak-minded, you'll start believing utter bullshit. And that's what's taking place in our society. Lies are being repeated enough to where it's accepted as true. And we got to get away from that.
The American public, so relieved to hear the truth about something they already knew, made him the Republican nominee despite maybe some concerns. But they did it because, hey, he was right, and he's the only one brave enough to say so. And Donald Trump made varieties of that case for the next 10 years, and in many cases specifically about Iran, because Trump has seen long before most people in Washington, before almost anyone in Washington, the big picture, the outline, which is this is a contest between the United States in the West and China in the East, a rising power that matches or maybe exceeds our economic power globally, and we have to figure out how to apportion power. And we don't want to get sidetracked with engagements like, I don't know, another endless Middle Eastern war, because in the end, the only winner of that conflict is China. In this specific case. Whoever in the end settles this conflict, whether it's the United States or some other power, whoever comes in at whatever the end of it is and says,
China's not winning, folks. China is not winning. We've talked about this. This has been the big thing. Like, hey, if suddenly there was a war that broke out, a world war, basically we would have China, Iran, and Russia. Iran is strategic to China because of the oil. And obviously, he's already taken that out, as well as Venezuela. So Iran is not winning here whatsoever. If anything, we're, for the first time ever, by proxy, making a military move against China. We're taking out, if they're the three people in the axis of evil, we're taking out one of them. All right, and that leaves us with Russia and China to deal with on a global basis.
Enough. This is hurting the world. Each side has made its point, but the global economy has a critical interest in the Persian Gulf. That's energy. And we're going to stop this now. Whoever that person is will become more powerful than ever, and everyone else will become less powerful. The person who settles disputes is in charge.
Exactly.
Not the person who starts them, not the person who wins them, the person who stops them. When dad comes home and stops the fighting between brother and sister, who's in charge? Dad, because he stopped the conflict. All of which is to say, if at the end of this conflict, it's China that comes in, China, which has a vested interest in what happens in the region since they're a major consumer of Gulf energy, if it's China that comes in and restores the energy flows out of the Persian Gulf and restores some version of peace, gets the fighting to stop, then China is in charge of the Persian Gulf. That's just a fact of nature. And so a lot is at stake, as Joe Kent knew, as Donald Trump knew. And so the question is, how did Donald Trump, after 10 years of saying one thing, do in the...
This is exactly right, what Major Memes is saying right here. And this is what Candace does all the time. So, like, I think Candace is a student of Tucker. Or, I don't know, maybe it's vice versa. I don't know. But this is what he's like, everybody knows us. We tell a story. We establish it as fact, even though every element of that story that you just said, like, is not fact. As a matter of fact, there's a lot to criticize about how factual every element that is, and then you establish the entire thing as fact. It's nuts, and like we all know this to be true. Everybody knows this to be true. Candace does the exact same thing. She throws out a bunch of different separate issues, strings them all together, and then says the entire thing is fact. It's what disinformation agents do. It's dishonest. It's intentional. All right. It's deliberate. And I'm glad our audience sees this, and we're not sitting here with a bunch of candy heads that can't think for themselves.
Pivotal act of his presidency, exactly the opposite. That's not just an academic question. It's not the beginning of a conspiracy theory about some shadowy lobby. It's the most important question we face, because this is not the first time the United States has entered into this kind of war against the wishes of its own population and in clear contravention of its own interests, against its interests. This isn't good for us. No one has made the case that it's good for us. And increasingly, as the days pass, it becomes obvious to everyone.
I'm going to scan forward. I'll try to get us back to where we are if my mouse would start messing up again. But I just want to make sure this is the actual interview, because it was.
Iranians would retaliate.
All right, there we go. It is.
And we're going to ask him about it directly in just a moment. Israel got us into this war. Its lobby in the United States pressured the president, and its prime minister in Israel told the president.
I'm so sick of this trope. I'm so sick of this talking point, this false narrative that Israel controls everything. These people's brains are just rotted out with Israel hate. It really is.
We're going without you. Join us, because if you don't, your troops in the region, your interests in the region, your citizens in the region will all be at risk. You have no choice. They led the way. That's Joe Kent's position. And rather than push back against that and say, no, actually, he's wrong, they're telling you to shut up. And why are they doing that? Well, there's only one reason people ever become hysterical and slanderous, start screaming at you rather than answering you. It's because they're lying. And the truth is, this is not the first time you've watched people in charge lie. This has been going on a long time, and lies give way to a whole bunch of bad things. More lies. Once you tell a lie, you bolster it with further lying. Hysteria, the fear of being caught lying. The rage and slander. If the person catches me lying, he wins in the zero-sum game of lying. I die. You go on the attack to cover your lies. And bad judgment. You can't make wise decisions on the basis of lies because they're not true. They're not based in reality. That didn't actually happen. Or in this case, it did happen, but you're pretending it didn't. So a country based on lies, like a family based on lies, like an individual life based on lies, cannot succeed. In fact, it's hellish. As all of us have experienced in our lying. And so the only way out of this is to stop lying, is to tell the truth now, probably 63 years after we should have started telling the truth, but it's never too late to tell the truth now about everything, because it's never as painful as.
Just real quick, I want to put some things in perspective of what this person is commenting here. What Party of Five Crafter is saying here, and this is a perception that many of us are getting, right? Like, is Tucker going to run for president? Is Candace going to run for president? Real quick, I just want to show you this right here, because this is what's actually going on. This is a perception being created that is not true, and I don't want us to get complacent because of this, but this is what's really happening. MAGA gives Trump 100% approval rating in new poll, leaving CNN analysts stunned. I don't know if it's 100%, but it's still really high. One I saw just a couple of weeks ago was at 98%. So all of this isn't working. It feels bigger because they've done a good job magnifying this stuff on TV and social media. But look, most of the Trump voters out there are still 100% behind Donald Trump. So don't get it twisted. Don't let these people discourage you, because it's not working. And that's why they're so desperate to do the things that they're doing.
Do you think it will be? It's actually an act of liberation. In fact, it's the only real act of liberation. Telling the truth sets you free because the truth itself sets you free. That is always and everywhere a fact. And the longer you delay doing that, the more horrible the consequences of your lies. So let's hope that tonight, with this conversation with Joe Kent, is the beginning of the long overdue truth-telling, which is the only thing that will save this country. And one final note about Joe Kent, who I spent the last 24 hours with. Joe Kent's resume hardly needs explanation, because everyone is aware this is a man who deployed on 11 combat missions to the global war on terror. This is sort of the perfect representation of the GWAT generation. This is one of those guys we often celebrate, but too rarely hear from, who we sent out to fight the so-called war on terror that began on 9/11. And it's an entire generation of men who look and sound, for the most part, very much like Joe Kent. So the implication, of course, he doesn't care about security or he's soft on Iran. Joe Kent spent, well, the majority of his 20s and 30s fighting Iranian proxies and watching his friends get killed by them. So this is someone who's actually earned.
Now he's going to pretend that Iran is not a threat. Like, how do you reconcile those two things? It blows my mind. Let's hit a couple super chats real quick here. Number one, big old CJ Corrente, always supporting the channel. Number one fan of the channel. Thank you, CJ. 10 Paramount Tactical memberships gifted. Gary, thoughts on Karg Island? We're going to take control? Question mark. I think that's more probable than the straight. The fact is, we got to do both. We got to take control of Karg Island. I think that's why Trump actually did a tactical strike on Karg Island, taking out their military defenses. And as far as I know, we have a expeditionary force of Marines. I think it's 25. I've heard 2,500. I've also heard 5,000. Regardless, I think that's where they're headed. But we definitely got to take control of the Strait of Hormuz as well. And I think there's plenty of things in the process of making that happen behind the scenes. And not even really behind the scenes. We're going to control the Strait of Hormuz, and we're going to control Karg Island. For the most part, well, I'll just leave it at that. That's what's happening. I think Trump talked to China right after the attack. That's why China canceled the missile deal with Iran after the attack. Trump already got to him. Iran thought China would help them. Instead, they told them, nope, we're canceling that long-range missile deal. Bye. Look, there is no, besides some oil, what Iran contributes to China compared to what we contribute to China, it's not even a drop in the bucket. Even though they are relying on them for some energy. I was looking, I think between Iran and Venezuela, it's like 19% of their oil is where China is getting from them. So, I mean, that's not nothing. I mean, that's huge. That's a lot. It's probably hard to replace. But the fact is, economically, we hold all the cards with China. And that's the problem we've had with past administrations. We're sitting here pretending that we're beholden to China when the opposite is true. Like, without us buying things from China, China would be dead in the water. And we have a lot more. We have a lot more control over China than what we've been actually executing. And Trump is one of the few presidents that understands this. And so, like, we can bully China around like nobody else on the planet. They're almost totally reliant on us for their economy because of their exports.
The right to speak about Iran and the war on terror. And of course, he was the director of the National Counterterrorism Center. So he's thought a lot about terrorism in this country and the blowback from events like this. And we're going to ask him about that as well. But the other thing to notice about Joe Kent, and it may be his defining factor, is that he doesn't slander anyone. His resignation letter was not an attack on Donald Trump.
Yes, it
was. It wasn't a promise to write a tell-all memoir about what he saw on the inside or to aggrandize himself or to get a job on a TV show or sell something. I asked him at dinner last night, what are your plans? None. He did this purely because he believes, as he'll explain in a second, this is the only way to save the United States from little should be producing and should be elevating and should be proud of. If we can't see that, then we've failed the test and we've lost. But judge for yourself. Here's Joe Kent. Joe, thanks a lot for joining us. So I appreciate this. So I want to go through the letter that you sent yesterday as you resigned as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, and basically through the big points and give you a chance to explain them. You've been spoken for quite a bit over the last 24 hours, so I think it'd be really helpful to all of us if you would speak for yourself and flesh out some of these points. I'm just going to read the first one.
he probably flew in to do this interview in person, got there the day before. I don't see that as a big issue, but you can make of it what you will.
I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. How did you reach that conclusion?
I think this is key. I mean, this would be more challenging to explain had the Secretary of State, the President, and the Speaker of the House not come out and said that we conducted this attack at this time because the Israelis were about to do so. So that takes away the argument that there was an imminent threat, as in Iran was planning to attack us immediately. That just simply did not exist.
May I ask you to pause? Sure. And so I've heard people say that, and this just happened, but history has a way of getting rewritten in real time. And then you look back 10 or 15, 20, 25 years later.
Look, the argument that they were getting ready to launch some, I don't know, crazy operation to attack the United States, like that to me is irrelevant. They are a clear and present danger at all times. I think that's what everyone is going off of. Not that they have a missile ready to launch, or they were getting ready to do that on the United States, or to strike a U.S. military base right there at that moment. They are an imminent threat because they're always a threat. They will conduct operations at their will, at their leisure, at the opportunity, or when the opportunity presents itself. They have a long history of doing that. That is the argument. And I feel like we're playing semantics here, and I feel like it's dishonest.
Hey, Gary.
No one seems to understand the things that.
The one thing that I caught there was he didn't come out and say he had a piece of intelligence that contradicted what everybody else is saying. He's saying he's basing his decision off of his interpretation of a segment that was clipped of what Rubio said.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, he's not saying, "Hey, I saw the intel reports saying that they were suddenly going to become friendly, and that they were standing down all their proxies, and that they were no longer targeting the United States." He didn't say that. He said, "Hey, you know what? This is my interpretation of what was said by Marco Rubio." You're right.
You saw, because they've been eliminated. Yeah. So I think it's important to stop and say, here's what we actually know. So I'd like now, if we could, just to play one of the statements that you alluded to, and that's from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. And this was shortly after this war commenced. And he was explaining as is his habit, in a thoughtful, precise way, why. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
And so the president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Okay, so that is his almost contemporaneous explanation, and it's not offhand. He reasons it out. He explains there's a logic chain there, and he says, we knew not that Iran was going to attack. He did not say that.
Right.
He said we knew that Israel was going to attack Iran, and in retaliation for those attacks by Israel against Iran, Iran might attack American forces. So the imminent threat that the Secretary of State is describing is not from Iran, it's from Israel.
Exactly. And I think this speaks to the broader issue. Who is in charge of our policy in the Middle East? Who is in charge of when we decide to go to war or not? In this case, with what the Secretary described, and later on the President, later on the Speaker of the House, and the way the events played out, the Israelis drove the decision to take this action, which we knew would set off a series of events, meaning the Iranians would retaliate. Now, I think there's a potential there where we could have done several different things. We could have simply said to the Israelis, no, you will not. And if you do, then we will take something away from you. I think that it's fine that we offer defense to Israel, but when we're providing the means for their defense, we get to dictate the terms of when they go on the offensive. Otherwise, they stand to lose that relationship. And the Israelis felt emboldened that no matter what they did, no matter what situation they put us in, that they could go ahead and take this action, and we would just have to react. And so that speaks to that relationship. But also, it just shows that there was a lobby pushing for us to go to war. I know we'll get into that later on in the statement, but we had a real potential, I think, knowing what we know of the Iranians and how they react, and in particular, how they react to President Trump's leadership, The Iranians, under President Trump's leadership, especially in his second term, they have shown that they take a very calculated approach to the escalation ladder. For instance, in the lead up to the 12-day war before Midnight Hammer, the Iranians didn't attack us. They were engaged in negotiations with us. When President Trump came back into office, they stopped their proxies who were attacking us under the Biden administration because they knew Biden was weak. They stopped their proxies from attacking us as well. So they knew President Trump was someone who wanted to negotiate, but more importantly, they knew that President Trump was not someone to mess with because.
Okay, so again, he's contradicting himself right here because Trump told them they were actually under negotiations at this time where he told them you will not have a nuclear weapon. And they came back and said, hey, we're going to continue our nuclear weapon program no matter what you do. And so Trump was at a decision point. Is he going to be weak like Biden, or is he going to actually do something about it? I think, again, a lot of things are being conflated here. I think at that point, once the IRGC came back and told Trump that they were going to pursue the nuclear weapons no matter what, I think at that point, Trump decided they were going to strike. They could have been doing that in working with Israel at the same time. And, so multiple parts of these can be true. And they decided, hey, you know what? Here's an opportunity. It also could be that Rubio is just saying, hey, this is why we had to do it. And whether it's true or not that the Israelis said they were going to attack first. I don't know if that's true. Like, there's a lot of games that are being played behind the scenes that are constantly, hey, you know what? We're going to have you attack first. We're going to use you as a predicate. That happens. But the fact is I think the moment that the RGC came back and said, you know what, we're going to pursue these weapons, no matter what you say, no matter how many red lines that you've given us, I think at that point, that was the decision point for Trump. That would be the decision point for me. And I think many people out there, because Iran getting a nuclear weapon is one of the worst things that could ever happen to the United States. Hopefully most of us agree with that. And that's what they were pursuing.
He killed Qasem Soleimani. He killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas. He had defeated ISIS. They knew that President Trump was a man of action. He is militarily strong. And so they said, before we take an action, we need to make sure that it's calculated. So I think in this scenario, even if the Israelis told us we're going to strike on this date at this time, and we didn't, try to negotiate with the Israelis and say, hey, we'll take something away from them, I think we still could have back-channeled to the Iranians and said, hey, if something happens here in the next couple of days, it's not us. We're still serious about negotiations, and we don't want to escalate this because it's well known what the Iranians' plans were. We knew that they were going to hit potentially our bases in the region, potentially our allies. We knew about the Straits of Hormuz. All of these things, I think, were fairly well known.
And the Houthis' ability to close the Red Sea, which is not yet done, but which would be catastrophic to the world. So, but for the purpose of explaining your position or fleshing it out more so people can understand it, because you're the most high-profile resignation by far in a long time. And there's a lot of commentary on this. And I kind of took a quick trip through it this afternoon. And one of the consistent themes is, well, I mean, of course, there's a lot of slander, which we can talk about. But the substantive attack on you, and it is an attack or refutation of your letter, is that, well, actually, Joe Kent was totally for using military action. He supported the Soleimani killing, for example. He seemed fine with the 12-day war, for example. So he doesn't have a problem on principle with an engagement with Iran. You're saying what to that? What's your response?
Well, I have no compunction about really fighting anybody who threatens our country, and the Iranians have posed a threat in the past, and the Iranians have a way of threatening America. They have the capability. And we always talk in the intelligence circles about capability and intent, what your enemy is capable of doing and what they actually want to do. And again, back to the data that we have on the Iranians, they used the escalation ladder. We saw that deliberately during the 12-day war. When they struck back after Midnight Hammer, it was very deliberate. They fired an equal amount of missiles as we dropped bombs on the nuclear facilities. And they basically hit a part of a base in Qatar that they knew we didn't have any troops on.
Yes.
All right. I want to address this comment because this is something I've heard a lot that's completely wrong. This is one of the most ignorant comments out there. No offense to Art of Jing. If it's about nuclear weapons, then we would have taken out North Korea. Wake up. This administration has no idea what they're doing. Just listen to Trump. He would rather talk about his ballroom and golf. You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to North Korea. You just don't. The reason that we can't and we haven't taken out North Korea is because of the conventional weapons that they have lined up on the DMZ. Even if we did a nuclear strike on Pyongyang today, what would happen is millions of South Koreans would die. They are in a position that they can pose a threat that Iran can't. Like, they don't have a DMZ with a million freaking South Koreans just across of it. That's what we're dealing with. So you don't understand what you're talking about militarily, and you don't understand what we're talking about strategically. If we could take out North Korea, because they're a problem that they have nuclear weapons, if we could take that out because of their nuclear weapons capabilities without the risk of hundreds of thousands, like, look this up. Look it up to see what would happen if we struck North Korea today. Look at what the estimates of South Koreans would be killed. Like, this is like well known across most people that know anything about this. So, like, your comparison to Korea versus Iran is we have an opportunity, and I think that they're much more homicidal and suicidal than the North Koreans ever were. And by the way, they have more capabilities. They're not a starving country like North Korea is. North Korea is much more isolated. They have China to their north, South Korea to their south. Like, they're much more isolated. They don't have the strategic threat. They don't pose the strategic threat that Iran does. So I'm sorry, you just don't know what you're talking about. And you need to educate yourself before you comment or whatever else is going on there. Art of Jing, we love you. We love you. Thank you for watching, but educate yourself.
They didn't want to escalate any further than we were willing to go. But also the Iranians, when they pose a threat to us, they usually do it with their proxies. And if their proxies stick their heads up and their proxies come after us, this is basically the Trump doctrine. We hammer them, and we hammer their high profile leaders. Qasem Soleimani was highly effective and highly revered in Iran because the previous presidents prior to President Trump, Obama and Bush, let Qasem Soleimani run around, raise proxy armies, kill Americans, and no one ever did anything to him. President Trump rightfully killed Qasem Soleimani. We got his deputy, Abu Mahdi Mohandas, who had American blood in his hands, took them off the battlefield. But then President Trump stopped. He took those two key players off the battlefield, and he said, I'm not going to further escalate with Iran unless you escalate with us, knowing that if we struck Iran and we truly struck the regime, that would only strengthen the regime. So then President Trump did something that's incredibly smart, used that decisive military action, but then he coupled it with an economic package of sanctions, maximum pressure sanctions. And we can debate whether or not we should be using sanctions as the prime reserve currency holder or whatever, but he pressured the Iranians economically after punching them in the mouth and showing that, hey, I won't take this. I'm not Obama. I'm not Bush. If you cross a line, I will come after you. But then he really put the pressure on them economically. And if you look at the effect of the economic sanctions, that's what got the Iranian people on the streets actually protesting against the Ayatollah's government, which is ostensibly what we would like. We would like to see a bottom-up regime change where we get rid of the Ayatollah, but it's the will of the people, and they have a new successful government that's stable that we can deal with. The one way to throw that all out the window, and this isn't just Joe Kent's opinion, many scholars, and I think a lot of intelligence assessments have been written about this too, I know for a fact they have, is that if we struck the regime, it would only strengthen it. And that's not, I think that's just basic common sense. I mean, I think of myself, and probably you're in this camp as well. We didn't like Joe Biden. We didn't like Barack Obama. But if an outside force were to come in here and try and topple them while they were the president, I would 100% rally around the flag. That's just common sense. So if we wanted to strengthen,
you actually did. You joined the military under Bill Clinton,
under Clinton.
I assume you didn't vote for.
Right.
Right. You joined in 1998. You've gone the whole cycle of the war on terror, I noticed. And served out as an NCO, I think your entire
NCO and warrant officer.
Yeah, warrant officer, 20 years.
Hey, real quick, just so we understand what's going on with North Korea, we're here to educate, and this is what the estimates are. Estimated South Korean casualties in a hypothetical U.S.-led preemptive strike in North Korea's nuclear program to eliminate or degrade it range widely from several thousand to hundreds of thousands in the opening phase. North Korea's artillery is dominant near-term killer in most models. Popular older estimates widely cited in 2017 media portray a sea of fire scenarios. You have to understand they have thousands, over 6,000 long-range artillery pieces set up on the DMZ pointed directly at Seoul. Pentagon DoD estimates and simulations estimate 20,000 casualties per day. U.S. Congressional Research Service, 30 to 30,000 dead in the first couple of days with conventional artillery alone. Some estimates over to 300,000 in the first day. So that is different. That is different than what we're dealing with Iran. And you have to understand that to understand how look, Pyongyang and North Korea are much more, they're in a much better spot tactically and strategically to be able to protect their nuclear capabilities than Iran is. So that's why we would not strike, because they have a much larger deterrent against us doing so.
And I should just say, I hate ever to refer to a man's resume as like a data point because your ideas exist separately. But in this specific case, meaning you spend most of your time fighting Iranian proxies.
Yeah, a good deal of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're aware of the threat from Iran. You have personally used violence against that threat.
I have.
Yeah. A lot of it, I think. And you supported the president's policy up until fairly recently.
Right.
And you've said that a lot in public. In fact, you went to work for him. He hired you.
Yeah.
Right. But here's from what I can tell is the central question: imminent threat. Now, the president has said many times to many people, including the public, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he must have said that to you. You don't have to say it, but he said it to everybody. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. They can't have a nuke. Whenever asked, we say, let's just start here. They can't have a nuke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Everyone agreed with that conceptually. Was Iran on the verge of getting a nuclear weapon?
No, they weren't, 3 weeks ago when this started, and they weren't in June either. I mean, the Iranians have had a religious ruling, a fatwa, against actually developing a nuclear weapon since 2004. That's been in place since 2004. That's available in the public sphere. But then also we had no intelligence to indicate that fatwa was being disobeyed or it was on the cusp of being lifted. The Iranian strategy, it's actually pretty pragmatic. The Iranians are obviously aware of what's taking place in their region, and their strategy was to not completely abandon their nuclear program, because they saw what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya when he said, hey, I've got no more nukes. I'll do what you say, my nukes.
And we gave him the Nobel Peace Prize?
Yeah, we regime changed him, and he was, executed by his own people in the most horrific way.
Sodomized by a bayonet. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's that's the lesson I think that the entire region took from that when Hillary Clinton.
Unfortunately, that's what the neocon, neoliberal warmongers, that's the lesson that they showed everyone in the region. And then conversely, the Iranians also knew that if they came out and said, okay, we've got a nuke, whether they were bluffing or not, Saddam Hussein, Iraq right next door. So they kind of had
hung, I think.
He was hung by his own people, after a bloody, war that's still essentially going on inside of Iraq. So the Iranians' position, when viewed from the lens of the region, was actually fairly pragmatic. They were preventing, themselves from developing a bomb, but they still wanted the ability. They wanted the ability to enrich. They wanted the ability to have some components so that they weren't completely stripped of it. And when we always assessed that they were either several months or a year, 2 years away from actually being able to develop a nuclear weapon. And that's not because the Iranians are stupid people. I think we can tell right now that the Iranians are anything but stupid. They had the ability, I think, that the brain power to actually develop one, or they could have simply traded a ton of oil with Pakistan or with someone else to actually get a nuclear weapon. They were not doing that. We had no intelligence to indicate that they were.
Then why was the president, was he told that they were on the brink of it? Why at the beginning of every conversation about Iran would the president say, I don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? Why was that the central question when, and you would know since you were the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, why would he say that if there was no intelligence or evidence that they were actually developing a nuke?
So, I mean, a couple things. This is what I talk about in the letter about this ecosystem of information that's laundered through a lot of prominent neoconservative types that are very sympathetic to the Israeli cause, and then also Israeli government officials who give us things in semi-official channels. What they did was they created basically a shifting red line or a new red line. So if the president's red line was Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, we've actually got a lot of trade space in there for a deal to be made. because of what I just described with the Iranian policy. Essentially, the Iranians saying, okay, well, we don't want a nuclear weapon. Well, that means we basically are at a point where we can start negotiating and we can come up with a deal. And the president is a fantastic deal maker. So if your goal is to move us away from any kind of deal and your goal is to move us into a conflict, you have to shift that red line. And that's where a lot of this, I would say, what became a de facto U.S. policy of Iran can have no nuclear enrichment. It was laundered through a lot of the different talking heads, Mark Levin, Mark Dubowitz. You've got the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, you name it. Washington, D.C. has plenty of pro-Israeli lobbyists who will come and say those things, who will publish think pieces on it, who will go on the media, who will run, op-eds in the Wall Street Journal to talk about this, why they can't have any enrichment whatsoever. And then we have a high degree of engagement with Israeli government officials who will come in and say, well, they're enriching and they could enrich, or they could enrich more, and that will get them closer to a nuclear weapon. So then enrichment basically became the new U.S. policy. And the only official I've heard, and folks are welcome to look for this, that said this in the first Trump administration was Mike Pompeo. He said it. The president didn't say it. The president has been very consistent. He said they can't have a nuclear weapon. But again, like I said, that puts us at a place where we actually could have negotiations. And only President Trump, I think, could successfully have negotiations with Iran because he actually punched them in the face. And the Iranians had been walking all over us. They had been killing our soldiers. All of that is true. I have no sympathy whatsoever for the Iranians, what their proxies were doing. President Trump level set that when he killed Qasem Soleimani and he killed Abu Mahdi Mohandas. The folks who wanted to push an actual regime change war in Iran knew this, and they knew there was a potential to get a deal, or there was a potential for President Trump just to continue the policy of maximum pressure sanctions. And if you come after us, we will hit you hard. And that got the protesters out on the street in Iran. And that's actually what the regime feared the most. I don't think the Ayatollah feared dying, not because he, is some crazy lunatic. I'm sure some degree of the Shia martyrdom culture played a factor in that. However, I think he knew that if he was killed, the regime would survive because the people would rally around the regime.
I believe you predicted this, some years ago. I think we're watching. I mean, it's hard to know exactly what we're watching, but it seems consistent with what we are watching. So I'm just focused on this question of imminent threat, because that's really the only justification I think most Americans would accept for a preemptive war.
Certainly.
Otherwise, just like a war of choice done because Bibi told you to, and no one wants to get behind that because it's obviously illegitimate. So imminent threat, you're saying that there was no intelligence that you saw with the highest.
All right, I don't understand how we can sit here and pretend that they're not going for nuclear weapons. Again, you can look this up yourself. We know for a fact that Iran has enriched uranium up to 60% purity. This is near weapons grade. Weapons grade is typically to 90% purity. We know that they have a stockpile of this, that 440 kilograms of uranium enriched up to 60%. We know that for a fact. There is...
And Gary, that information did not come from Israel. That came from the IAEA, which is the atomic energy group that is responsible for all the nuclear stuff going on all over the world. So, and the one thing that he does not speak about is, yes, you have to have it up to 90% for a nuclear warhead, but 60% enriched is very much useful as a dirty bomb.
And or they can quickly enrich it from 60% to 90%. But here's the kicker. If there's a fatwa against having a nuclear weapon, then why are they at 60%? Because there is no credible or practical civilian use for uranium enriched to 60% other than weapons. So why do they have all this enriched uranium up to 60% already? It's so that they can quickly, when they want to, and they have the opportunity to, that they can develop it into a weapon, an actual nuclear weapon. So, like, I feel like Joe Ken is just sitting there spewing Iranian propaganda, like as if he doesn't know better. He knows that they have 60% enriched uranium already, which there's no other use other than a weapon. And he's like, well, there's this fatwa. We know that they're telling the truth because there's a fatwa. Well, there's also a thing called taqiyya where they're going to lie to us. And by the way, strategically, that's what governments do to other governments when they're at war. Like, quit I don't even, he's losing credibility with me minute by minute here.
Well, and he also did not mention the fact that when Trump's people went back in to the negotiations the last day, and the IRGC folks that were representative there said, we have X amount of enriched uranium and there's nothing you can do about it. That's our starting point.
Yeah.
So why didn't he say anything about that?
Feels completely disingenuous to me.
Level clearance, obviously involved in this conversation, that showed an imminent threat from Iran to the United States.
No, unless we took certain actions, unless we came after them in a way that they thought threatened the regime, then we basically knew what they were going to do.
Well, okay,
it's what
but
they're
then,
doing.
right, of course.
Right, but like any country. So if you attack any country, we know that they're going to have a reaction.
We face an imminent threat once we attack you.
Fantastic. Yeah, exactly. But there was no intelligence that said, hey, on whatever day it was, March 1st, the Iranians are going to launch this big sneak attack. They're going to do some kind of a 9/11 Pearl Harbor, et cetera. They're going to attack one of our bases. There was none of that intelligence. Again, back to what we know about the Iranians, they're very, very deliberate with the escalation ladder. And again, they're only deliberate under President Trump's leadership because they knew and they took President Trump very, very seriously.
So, I mean, I just think it's a remarkable thing to nail down, because you're not some guy on Twitter. You're a senior, as of yesterday, you were a senior U.S. Intelligence official who's not hostile to President Trump, who's not going to here to write a tell-all book or launch a media career. So I think you're a sober voice on this. And just to be clear, there was no intelligence that showed an imminent threat. There was no intelligence that showed they were on the cusp of building a nuclear weapon. There was no intelligence, indeed, that showed they were trying to build a nuclear weapon. And nobody said, I've seen it, but you.
When we know they have 60% enriched uranium, how do we not have intelligence that they are not building a nuclear weapon? This is willful ignorance, and more importantly, he's pretending that the audience is stupid, and clearly, lots of people are.
You haven't. It exists, but you just haven't seen it. Did you ever hear anybody say there is intel that shows this?
I did not know, but I know how this works. I know the Israeli officials, some in intelligence, some in government, will come to U.S. government officials, and they will say all kinds of things that we know from our intelligence just simply isn't true. And they'll say, hey, I'm giving you a preview. It's not in intelligence channels yet, but here's what's going to happen. And that doesn't usually come to
wait a second. I mean, I thought that U.S. policymakers made their decisions on the basis of intelligence collected and or vetted by our intelligence. That's why we have intelligence agencies that soak up hundreds of billions a year. But you're saying that Israeli officials short-circuited the entire U.S. government and just went right to American policymakers and said, it doesn't matter what your country says, here's what we know. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, usually they're pretty slick, and they'll say, hey, this isn't in intelligence channels yet because it's going to take some time to get there. And here they're on the cusp of building a bomb. You know, they're going to, I don't know, you pick your topic. A lot of times they'll sample different things until they find what sticks. But in general, the narrative about, they're going to do a preemptive attack, or really just they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And if we don't stop them now, they're going to build a nuclear weapon. And enrichment is the pathway to that. They're going to continue enriching at whatever percent. Enrichment became the narrative. And so that hung up and that short-circuited and really sabotaged the entire negotiations, because the Iranians basically said, like, we're not going to negotiate if the whole starting point is no enrichment. And again, that had nothing to do with a nuclear weapon, and the Iranians essentially agreed to that. So the Israelis came in, they moved that red line, and they would do a lot to say, like, oh, they're enriching, and you know what that means? That means in X amount of time they could have a nuclear bomb. You have to ask now. And then the way the ecosystem would work is that the talking heads on TV.
Okay. According to intel reports, taking 60% uranium, enriched uranium, to 90% weapons grade would take Iran 2 to 7 days. 2 to 7 days. For multiple weapons, 1 to 2 weeks. 1 to 2 weeks. So that's where they're at.
Your Mark Levin's, Sean Hannity's, et cetera, they would say basically the exact same thing that night on TV, or there would be a piece written in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, that would say something very, very similar. Yet, if you looked in classified intelligence, we didn't see any of that.
I mean, that must have been such a weird experience for you.
Bizarre.
Since you have access to the biggest and most powerful and presumably the best intel agencies in the world, and you're seeing people say things as fact when you know that they're not facts.
Right.
What was that like?
Infuriating. And I think that's why, in general, in the lead up to this last iteration, a good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president.
Not allowed by whom?
I think it's important for me right now just to stay on the facts. I don't want to point names. I don't want this to become a name calling or this guy did this on this day.
But any leader has gatekeepers, and so you're saying that you were prevented from bringing this information directly to the president by gatekeepers.
Well, there wasn't a robust debate. So
no, this is completely different. I'm so sick of this being compared to Iraq or Afghanistan. Are you really going to sit there? What's your name? Your favorite uncle. Your favorite uncle. Are you going to sit there and you're going to pretend that Iran does not have a nuclear enrichment program, that they do not have a nuclear program? The difference here, and I get it, but like we can't fall back to, oh, everything they say is a lie, when sometimes it's not a lie. When we have a country that has a long history, 47 years of attacking and killing Americans, and they actually have a nuclear like this is established. This isn't like weapons of mass destruction and all the lies that we were told. I agree with you. We were lied to, and it was a predicate. It was a false predicate to get us to go to Iraq. I agree with you. I was there. I was with the initial invasion going into Iraq. I know people that have died in Iraq. I am extremely pissed off at our leadership and our government about what's going on in Iraq. But we can't sit there and say, hey, you know what, this is the exact same, when we know we have a insane and completely homicidal regime that is developing nuclear weapons. Like, that logic is retarded. You can't just always say this is the exact same as this and this is the exact same as this. You have to assess every situation independently and with who's in charge. Again, what has Trump lied to us about when it comes to going overseas? Like anything geopolitical? I haven't seen, like, he's looked out for America time and time again. We know that Iran is a threat. There's a clear record of it. And just going back to the lazy trope of, oh, well, you know, what about WMDs in Iraq? We were lied to then, they're lying now. This is Israel. Like, it's so dumb. Like, I don't know how you people sit there and say these things with a straight face. It's completely different. We have a different administration. This is not Joe Biden. This is not Barack Obama sending billions of dollars to Iran so that he can fund terrorism worldwide and get people killed. Like, Iran is a threat. And what we're going to do is, if you people are in charge, these extreme isolationists, which are just as dangerous as those of you that are extreme interventionalists, like there's a middle ground in there somewhere. And what's going to happen is 5 years from now, a nuclear weapon is going to go off in the United States, or a nuclear weapon is going to go off in Israel. And guess what? We're going to be sucked into a war, whether you like it or not. Or a European city that is in NATO is going to be attacked with a nuclear weapon from Iran. And guess what? We have a treaty that requires us to get involved. Like, you can't let terrorist, homicidal maniacs run the world with nuclear weapons. You can't do it. It's irresponsible and it's dumb. It's dumb. And we can do this without it turning into a forever war. We absolutely can. We can do this with very minimal boots on the ground. And it's a fight worth fighting, so that your children and grandchildren aren't dealing with the threat of a terrorist nation of Iran having nuclear weapons threatening the world at all times. Like, we can't do that. There you go. That's what I think.
In general, because our assessment really hadn't changed. You know, we would send those intelligence channels. Everybody's kind of reading the same intelligence, but then what actually gets briefed to the president can be very, very different depending on who and how it's delivered. And without a level set from the intelligence community, someone like D&I Gabbard coming in and saying, Mr. President, like, here's the full scope of the intelligence and what it means, you're kind of lacking that sanity check of where we're at, or at least a good sampling, you know, to gauge how accurate what the Israelis are saying is. And that process, in my view, was largely stifled in this second iteration. There was robust debate and robust discussions leading up to the 12-day war into Midnight Hammer. But this second round, to me, and I'm sure others will refute this and disagree with me, but what was conducted by just a handful of small of advisors around the president.
That is true. I believe what you're saying is true. My sense, though, and you would know more than I, is there weren't a lot of people directly around the president who work there, who work at the White House, his, the principals, who are making an aggressive case for this war. Do you think there was, was there a majority of like his top 10 advisors who were saying we must do this now?
I think the circle that was around him was very, very tight and very small. And I think they were all on the same sheet of music. And I think a lot of them were getting their information from the ecosystem that I described. And I think we'd be in a different place if we would have talked about what the intelligence picture is and what our interest is.
So Israeli government talking points laundered through Fox News and the Wall Street Journal. Is that the ecosystem you're talking about?
Yeah. And then the Israeli officials coming in and basically either ahead of time or after the fact saying the same thing, like the enrichment is going to get them a nuclear bomb in a set amount of time.
Do you believe that you and the DNI, for whom you worked until yesterday, had as much FaceTime with the president as Israeli officials did?
I don't know. I don't know that for sure because I don't know exactly how frequently the Israelis were engaging directly with the president. It did seem like Benjamin Netanyahu was, obviously that was all public that he was in the White House
7 times.
Quite a bit. Yeah, quite a bit. And then his other officials as well. Dermer, et cetera. Those guys were in, they were making phone calls, just a lot of engagement from them. And again, when we would hear, or you'd hear what they were saying, it didn't reflect in intelligence channels, even intelligence that we shared with the Israelis that the Israelis were giving us in many cases. So there was a clear, gap between, the intelligence and then the information that the president was given and the decisions that the president was making.
I don't want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Obviously, you're not going to divulge anything that's classified. I don't think you would. You definitely shouldn't, because there are people who hurt you for that, and you shouldn't. So without encouraging you to do that, I think it's a commonplace. It's understood in Washington. I've heard from many people who work in your business that a substantial portion of our information touches Israel at some point. Either it's collected by them, it is shaped by them. It's not purely American. Do you think it's fair?
Especially in the Middle East, I would say. Look, the Israelis are tactically very proficient.
Yes.
They have a very competent intelligence service. And there's a lot that we can learn from them in the craft of intelligence.
Yes.
So they're very proficient. They're very good. However, whenever we get information from a liaison service, I think it's incredibly important to realize that it could be given to us.
All right, let's hit a couple of super chats real quick. It's not the Iranian people, it's the Islamic regime, right? Yes. All right, look, anytime that I say Iran, I'm probably talking about the IRGC. That's what we're talking about. And we're talking about the leaders of Iran, not the Iranian people. I do think, I don't know what the percentage is. Jen and I are actually in the process of getting a couple of people that are in Iran right now, Iranian citizens on, to come on here and do an interview. So I want to hear that directly. Unfortunately, we don't have a bunch of pollsters in Iran right now taking down, hey, do you support freedom in Iran? Do you support the IRGC? We don't know what those numbers are. I would like to think, but I don't know. I'm just telling you right now, I don't know. I don't know what the percentage is. Could be 100%, 80% that support the overthrow of the regime. Could be 20%. I don't know. I would like to know that information. But again, I do think that, look, at the end of the day, what we do know for a fact is that Iran is committing human rights violations upon their people by the tens of thousands. Have we heard anything about the soccer team, the Iranian soccer team? I almost guarantee you, them and their families that went back, I almost guarantee you they're being executed.
Another one of, I think she was the captain of the team who had asylum in Australia, ended up going back. She said that she had to go back because her family members were disappearing and were likely being murdered by the IRGC. So she's probably not going to be long for the world.
And there's estimates all the way up to 60,000 of their own people that they killed during the protests. I don't know what the truth of that, but I don't care if it's 5,000, 2,000, 500. Fact is, there was lots of video being pushed out from Iran where people were being murdered by the thousands in the streets. So there was a significant number. Again, we don't have people on the ground that can get an exact number. A lot of these are estimates, and I think a lot of times, they're exaggerated. But I would be willing to bet well over 10,000. That's kind of where I'm at for sure. Were killed by their own people. They killed their own people. 10,000 of the protesters, at least. And there's lots of videos if you look for it. And here's the problem that I have with this Hate Israel First crowd. Like, you people don't even try to look. You don't even try to find information. You just go with whatever someone says, and you're like, and then you repeat that like a freaking parrot, like the freaking clapping seal that you are. You don't even try to verify the information that you're pushing around. Because I do. I realize that the right and the left both lie. I want to know what the truth is, so I at least want to find some information that I can determine, hey, this is true or this is not true. Like the people on the Hate Israel First, the leftists, whatever you want to call them, woke right, like, you don't even care about the facts. You just push like, oh, Israel sucks. Israel, Trump is Israel's puppet. You're Israel's puppet. I already saw a couple comments. I banned you for that. I'm going to continue to ban you if you just continue to say stupid things like that. I don't got time for it. If you don't have anything to contribute to this, to a thoughtful conversation, I'm not going to let you sit here and troll our channel, and our mods aren't either. So the fact is that you people determined a worldview, most of it not based on facts, and you're going to hold on to it, and you're going to reject any information that will potentially threaten that worldview because you like that worldview and you protect it, not because it's true. Penelope Husker, thank you for becoming a new member. We appreciate you.
Also, I don't know how many people know this, but when the Iranian people are out and they're protesting and the IRGC comes by and shoots randomly, anybody that goes to the hospital, the IRGC will go into the hospital and kill the person because they know that they were injured. If they were, if there's a bullet
There's a gunshot wound. Yeah.
Yeah. They know that they were a protester, and they have gone into all the hospitals and just started shooting and killing patients. And the females that go into the prisons in Iran, they are all raped multiple times and then executed because they believe that they don't want you to be one of the 72 virgins.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the sexual assaults and all the other horrific things that have taken place in Iran, the executions, it's well documented. And to pretend that it doesn't happen, that's the crazy thing. It's like I would find you credible if you sat there and said, you know what? Iran is evil. I don't like Israel, but at least Iran is evil. But that's not what that entire side says. I'm not saying that's what Joe Kent's not saying that. But I'm saying the Ian Carrolls of the world, the Candace Owens, like, you guys want to sit here and pretend that Iran is some great country. It's not. Just like Islam is not a great religion. It's a threat to the United States. It's a threat to the Western civilization, period. Moving on. Israel's real crime is that they're the only Western-minded nation that actually understands Islam. P.S. Love your show, Gary. Keep fighting. Thank you very much. This is exactly right. We've kicked the can down far too long. And now we have a Trump administration that has the capability and the intent, it's like Kent was talking about, to actually take this on. And he should. And he's brave for doing it as far as I'm concerned. Because it's not going to be super, well, I think it's more popular than people think it is. I can't believe this asset trying to humanize a regime that murdered 30,000 of their own citizens for protesting. We're supposed to believe the regime capable of this is pragmatic. Insane. Yeah, there's just all kinds of, that's, the first word that comes to mind, you think of Iran, is pragmatism. It's almost hilarious. So Kent resigns in D.C. yesterday, mid-morning, but he also spends the last 24 hours with Tucker. Oh, that's actually a good point. Kent must have written his resignation on the plane. He sure ran to a microphone in record speed. Seems like there's an agenda in his interview. I agree. Let me pull this up. Salting, including cobalt 59 to 80% HEU 235, would be just as devastating as 90% HEU. In theory, 60% HEU and cobalt could be fused and render New York City inhabitable for 10,000 years. No one talks about this ever. I hate Israel, so I'll betray my country, Tucker. That's what a lot of people like. That's what I see a lot of these hate Israel first crowd. Like they're literally rooting, and I've shown many examples of this. They're rooting for the destruction of the U.S. military. They're hoping that Americans die. They're hoping. Non-virgins don't get to Islamic heaven. That's why.
To influence us as well as to inform us. And the way that I would see Israeli information, in particular coming from senior officials directly to our senior officials, that caveat just wasn't given frequently enough. And there's a lot of times, some of this is just because of, bureaucratic practice, but a lot of it I think is just, we feel very comfortable with the Israelis. A lot of them are dual citizens. They sound like us. They don't feel foreign. We kind of go into a more complacent mode where we trust a lot of what they have to say, not keeping in the back of our mind that they have their own agenda and we have our own agenda at the end of the day. Now, I'd say a lot of times we have the same agenda, very, very, I think, tactically, the same when it comes to fighting Hezbollah, when it comes to fighting terrorism, sure. But when it comes to what's our strategic goal in a war that's going to have ramifications for our nation, for the region, for global energy supplies, I think most folks right now at the Pentagon and the intelligence agencies, they would say us and the Israelis actually have a different objective here. I don't believe that our objective has been clearly defined because we're shying away from regime change. The Israelis are not shying away from regime change. They want to knock out lock, stock, and barrel the current government. They don't seem to have a plan for what comes next.
Well, that was my next question. I think you would have heard tell of such a plan. So if you're going to take out a government, I think it's fair to ask what replaces it. And I have asked a bunch of people, many people, this question, never gotten any answer whatsoever other than there's no plan. The Israelis don't have a plan because they don't care. Do you think that's fair?
I think that's completely fair. I think as Americans, rightfully, we want a clear stated objective and end state for.
I think it's preposterous that these two would sit here and say that Trump and all the military, all the bright minds that we have, not only just in the military and all the generals that have spent their whole life studying war, but we also have tons of think tanks. We have lots and lots of resources that are playing out contingency operations right now, coming up with contingency plans nonstop. Like the idea that we don't have a plan moving forward is preposterous, and it is a lie, without a doubt. Now, are they going to reveal those plans? Of course not. Why would they give, again, all the information that we have says that he's been shut out of intelligence briefings for a while because they suspect him to be a leaker. I don't know if that's true or not, but what I can tell you is that the current operations he doesn't know about and is not going to know about, and you sure aren't going to share those operations or those plans with reporters or anybody else. So just because you don't know what they are, and Tucker, just because he goes up and says, hey, do we know if we have a plan for this? And he's not given an answer, doesn't mean that the plan doesn't exist. Trust me, there are plans on top of plans on top of plans. I understand the military decision-making process. There are contingencies in place. There are primary, alternate, contingency, emergency plans in place for every single possible scenario. It's ridiculous to say this, and it's a lie.
War. I think that's something that was born out of the GWOT, was born out of the Vietnam era. Americans want to know why we're going to war, what the end state is, and they can get on board in general if that's clearly articulated. That's not the case with Iran. The Israelis are different. I think a lot of times, again, because a lot of them speak English, they culturally feel the same, but the Israelis have a much different tolerance for how and why they're going to war.
and for their endurance for war. The Israelis are completely fine with Iran slipping into chaos. That means that the Ayatollah and the IRGC can't really threaten them anymore. Hezbollah's money might be cut off in their head. And so complete chaos in Iran, it's not necessarily a bad thing for the Israelis. For us, for global energy, Straits of Hormuz, our partners in the GCC, mass migration problems in Europe, this is a major problem.
It's a catastrophe for the world.
For the world, yeah.
Right. And it's a little galling that I was treated to lectures for a couple of weeks about, the valiant people of Iran and how we needed to save them. And then a lot of the exile communities here in the United States of Iranians, a lot of them really nice people, sure, they jumped on board. We got to save our people. But by your telling and by the facts, by the way, this is not really an opinion. There's no plan for what happens after regime change. Like the people pushing that line would be happy to see a permanent civil war there,
which is insanity. So if we do want a real regime change and we want the people to rise up and want it to happen fairly organically, going aggressively after the Ayatollah was the last thing that we ever should have done. Again, like I'm no fan of the former supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. However, he was moderating their nuclear program. He was preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon. If you take him out, if you kill him aggressively, people are going to rally around that regime. And the next Ayatollah that you get, and I think this is the case by all data that we have with his son, the next Ayatollah that you get is going to be more radical because he has to show the people that he's going to push back. And there's always a tension inside of Iran between the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the clerics who run the country. They have a healthy, I think, tension between the two, a rivalry. IRGC's leadership, these are Qasem Soleimani's troops. These are the guys that Soleimani trained. These guys, most of them cut their teeth in the Iraq-Iran war. A lot of them cut their teeth fighting us in Iraq. They cut their teeth fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria. They created Hezbollah. They trained and armed Hezbollah. So these guys are actually pretty serious and pretty hardline, and they're willing to fight and they want to fight. And so by killing the Ayatollah, we've given them more power because now internally they can go and they can say, hey, all you guys who thought that we could negotiate with the Americans, you're chumps. We have to fight them. So I think the longer this goes on, the more negotiators, the more moderates that are killed off, like we just killed, Ali Laranjani, who was a negotiator, who was eager to get us a deal. Again, look, I've got no love for the IRGC. I've got no love for the Iranians. But you've got to realize,
just to be clear,
if you want it to end,
in case you're tuning in now, you fought their proxies.
I fought their proxies. I mean, I put countless of them in flex cuffs or much worse. I've gone after the Iranians. I was in specialized outfits that went after the Iranians and their proxies. These are very serious people. They're not supermen by any means. They're humans, but they're serious. And if you give the IRGC a reason to take more control and they get support from the people, because again, you kill off the Ayatollah, they can say, hey, the last guy was too moderate. Look at what it got us. Like, give us more control.
I get it.
And the Iranian people are going to be like, well, actually, yeah, I don't like getting bombed by the Americans and the Israelis. Maybe we do need to listen to the IRGC.
So a lot of these, the points that you're making, I think are insightful, but they're also pretty obvious if you kind of game it out for 10 seconds. Yeah. So it seems like you've got two different goals. You've described Israel's goal as just regime change, permanent chaos, take Iran off the map as a coherent nation state, just tie them up with internal chaos, whatever the effects of that are on the rest of the world, all of them disastrous. Then on the American side, you have the president's stated goal, which is we can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon, which they didn't have and weren't trying to build in any imminent way.
Right.
Okay. So if you join those two together in a common mission in a war, like that's our partner in this war,
yeah,
then you create all kinds of very bad incentives.
Mm-hmm.
And now Laranjani, I think, was killed by the Israelis. You saw the Israelis blow up Qatari natural gas facilities today in the Qatari natural gas field, which feeds the rest of the world, LNG. Those seem like very obvious steps, not to minimize the threat from Iran, but to lock down the United States in perma-war. We can't get out after we do that. You kill the negotiator. You attack our closest ally in the region, is probably Qatar. You attack Qatar, apparently? Like, no one thought this might happen?
And there's no reins on the Israelis, unfortunately. I mean, we continue to refer to them like as our partners, or equal to the best partners we've ever had. But at the end of the day, the Israelis couldn't do any of this without us. And so we
they're
have to be
acting against our interests in a very obvious and very serious way.
And again, it's obvious if we've stated that our goal is just to take away their ability to ever even enrich and to take away their ballistics and to take away their Navy, all these kind of tactical objectives. If we say that that's our objective, and that's when we can come to a place where we can just exit, it's in the Israelis' interest to get us more and more entrenched in this.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now. You know, I when the Israelis killed Laranjani, I think I may have misspoke and said we didn't kill him. The Israelis,
yes.
The Israelis struck him. But I do believe in Iran at this point of the war, they view it as, whether we like it or not, I think they view it as us and the Israelis kind of as the same thing.
We've described it that way.
Because the Israelis couldn't do any of this without us. And that's where the relationship is just way off kilter. If they have different objectives than us, then what are we doing letting them drive the war?
So you just said something that's been disputed many times by I'm not going to name anybody, but by advocates for Israel. It's a PR department here in the United States, which is huge. And you said they couldn't do any of this without us. You often hear its promoters, its lobbyists say, Israel just wants to fight its own wars. Back off and let us do it. Is that not?
I'd love us to run the experiment. We try that.
What would happen?
You know, the Israelis, again, they have the ability to go out and collect great intelligence. They have a very capable military, but they're a very small country. I think Israel would be able to defend itself. I think it could conduct, limited strikes on its borders. I think it could continue carrying out pretty impressive targeted assassinations against its adversaries. And so I think you would see it relatively contained. What it couldn't do is go topple entire governments. It couldn't do something like the Iran war, the Iraq war. It couldn't aggressively, destabilize Syria. These big, heavy lifts of regime change that America has been engaged in, Israel could not do on their own, which is where you get back to the Israeli lobby being just so potent and so powerful and so aggressive.
So and I want to ask you about that, because that's the line that you're being attacked for. And so I want to go through and have you explain more fully, if you would, why you said what you did, and read it. But before I do that, one last question. Was any of this debated that you know of before this war commenced 3 weeks ago? Did anyone say, well, wait a second, if we do this and kill the Ayatollah, because that was like the first order, I think, what are the effects after? And like, what's the goal? Did these debates ever
I know they happened heavily before the 12-day war. I think that when the Israelis came back around and said they wanted to do this, I just don't think there was any debate. I think just based on the ecosystem and the amount of influence that was exerted.
Because in some ways, this is a little humiliating, since I was told, the whole country was told, that after the 12-day war, there was no Iranian nuclear threat. We got rid of it. I'm not imagining that. It just happened last summer.
Yeah.
Do you recall those statements?
Yeah. I mean, Operation Midnight Hammer.
Yes.
Destroyed their nuclear capability. So
how was it that we wound up 6 months later getting another lecture about their nuclear capability and its imminent threat to the United States, and nuclear tip ballistic missiles aimed at Miami, and the whole thing? And nobody, first of all, there was no organized protest against this. Like in a normal country, you'd think people would rise up and be like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Mm-hmm.
You just told us 6 months ago the exact opposite. Yeah. What did internally?
I do want to point out, and a couple of people have brought this up. We need to understand that Joe Kent's position was director of U.S. National Counterterrorism Center. All right, that's what he did. He handled counterterrorism. He would not be privy to a lot of the information on whether or not that we were going to go to war with Iran. So that information, if it's outside the scope of counterterrorism, he's not going to even have access to that information. Yeah, he's still going to have a lot of access to information that would be kind of have a crossover relevancy. But the information that would determine whether or not we would go to a war with Iran, he would not have access to that information. His job was counterterrorism. It wasn't geopolitics, and it wasn't even, as far as I understand, he's not even part of it's not part of the Department of War. So again, This is information that we would be getting from the CIA. This is information that we would be getting through the Department of War, through the DIA, Defense. I don't even know what they call that now. Is it still the Defense Intelligence Agency or is it the War Intelligence Agency? I'm not sure. But the point is that he would have a need to know on these items. And quite frankly, I don't know that he would any of this information with Iran, with its nuclear capabilities, or whether or not they were an imminent threat, he would have access to. So I think that's really important for us to distinguish here and to point out.
In the intel world, people say, what the hell is going on?
I just think that the planning for this was so compartmentalized that there was no debate, as in it was a foregone conclusion. Maybe the exact timing they weren't exactly aware of, or that had to be debated. When do we do it? But it seemed to be a foregone conclusion. And I'm sure others will say, no, that's not the case at all. But there was no robust debate like there was going into the 12-day war. Because the big question that a lot of us had that were skeptical of Operation Midnight Hammer was, okay, so we do this. We know the Israelis' whole goal is regime change. What makes us think they'll stop? And if they do stop for a period of time, why won't we just be back in the same place in 6 months where they're saying that we have to go back in? And that's essentially exactly what happened.
So this was raised.
This was raised, to my knowledge, in June. This was like, hey, what happens next? So you take.
Like, what do you expect the Israelis or even our objectives to be when we know for a fact that Iran constantly launches attacks at Israel, either directly or through their proxies? So at this, like, first of all, if we had Mexico come into our border and, let's say the Mexican cartels, who's actually being fed ammunition, weapons, and rockets or whatever else, and they were launching weapons and they were launching rockets across the border from Mexico to the United States, what do you think that we would do? What do you think that we would do? We would expect a regime change for sure. All right. We may do some tactical strikes and then ultimately hope for a regime change and set the standards for a regime change, as opposed to a ground war directly with Mexico. Can we not stop for a minute, regardless of how much you hate Israel, and just kind of take a look at their perspective of the world? They're constantly getting attacked from Iran, from Hezbollah, and many other, the Houthis. Like, they're constantly under attack. And we expect them to put up with things that no other country ever would. Like, no matter how much you hate Israel, I think you need to add that to your calculus at least a little bit. And I know many of you are going to say, well, it's all Israel's fault. It's Israel's fault that they get bombed constantly. And people, there's suicide bombs that have gone off in Israel for, ever since 1948. Like, it's crazy to me. We expect them to put up with things like October 7th that no other country would. No other country would.
Yeah, the nuclear, the ability for them to enrich and to potentially develop a nuclear weapon, that's done. We know the Israelis have a completely different goal. Part of that strike, Midnight Hammer, was also to get the Israelis to wrap up the 12-day war. But we knew, because of what the Israelis told us, that they wanted, this is the time to take down the regime. And they don't want the Ayatollah to be in power. They want a regime change. They want a new government there. So we said, okay, knowing that, we know that this strike, this limited strike that we're going to do, isn't going to be enough. At some point, the Israelis are going to come back to us and say, hey, we have to go again. And with that knowledge, and I think because so many of us had pointed that out, and because the Israelis had said it, there wasn't a big debate this last time. I think they had that discussion, behind closed doors, and there wasn't a chance for any dissenting voices to come in.
But you would think, well, I've seen it before, when a question like this arises, the people making the decision go immediately to their own intel agencies, and in your case, the agency that has jurisdiction over those agencies, and say, all available intel on the question of the Iranian nuclear program, all available intel on the question of ICBMs or its ballistic missile program, all available intel on what might happen if we topple the regime in place. Like, this has all been gamed out for a long time. There's a constant process of gathering intel on it, correct?
Yeah. And that's what we did in the lead up to the 12-day war.
But this time, no.
But this time, no, not to my knowledge. And I'm sure the administration will come out and say, no, you just weren't invited. But I've got a pretty good idea of how those meetings look. And even if I wasn't invited, at least would have known that they took place. Again, it just seemed to be a foregone conclusion that like this was happening.
So I almost don't want to bring this up because it's so distressing, but I have to ask a question about blowback, the effects, the downstream effects of military action, terrorism in the United States. And I have the feeling we're going to see some of it, but I want to ask you. But since you are an acknowledged expert on that question, and since you spent your adult life fighting Iranian proxies, and because we're always hearing some of them are in the United States, did anyone go to you and say, if we do this, what are the odds that we will have terror attacks in the homeland here in the U.S.?
That was a piece or an intelligence product that we worked up on our own.
I bet.
And coordinated throughout the intelligence community. Basically, we talked about the Iranians' ability to conduct sleeper cell like attacks, which is actually pretty limited. The whole idea of sleeper cells or a cell operating is challenging in today's environment because cells have to communicate with each other, and we're pretty good at picking up on that. The real threat, and most major terrorist organizations have kind of moved to this model, is the lone actors. It's inspiring people that are already in place by using the media. There was already a ton of blowback, because the Gaza war, Hamas used propaganda very, very effectively.
Look, and this gives a lot of credence to what we've been saying about Candace Owens and many other people of how they're directing threats to Erica Kirk, TPUSA. Like, we know that this happens, that they can be inspired by this constant drumbeat of information saying that this person's evil or whatever else. So just like he's saying, this is the most prevalent threat here in the United States. And now we have millions of people that have come into this country under the Biden administration that we have no idea who they are. We have no idea of their background. We have no idea. We don't know anything about them. And we're definitely not tracking these people. And we've already seen multiple terrorist threats. And it's crazy to me that we're going to sit here and say, well, we shouldn't attack Iran because we're worried about terrorist threats. Well, isn't that the whole point of terrorism? Like, are we're just gonna not address something because we're worried about terrorists now? Is that what we do as a nation? Is that what we do as Americans? That's insanity to me.
I think, curry a lot of favor with younger people here in the United States and abroad. And there was multiple terrorist attacks in America in the last year where Gaza was cited because they consumed some of the propaganda coming out of Gaza. And these people weren't, infiltrated Iranian agents. They were here, folks that were homegrown. And so we said, hey, the biggest threat right now isn't that the Iranians are going to sneak some guys over and they've been waiting here for years and they're Quds Force operatives. That's always possible. Again, the Iranians are very competent as well. And they have tried something like that before in the past, back under the Obama administration, when they tried to kill the Saudi ambassador in Georgetown. So we were worried about that. But what we were more worried about was the fact that Biden had the border open for 4+ years. And I testified publicly in Congress laying out the all 18,000 known suspected terrorists that potentially could be in the country. Since then, we've discovered potentially more. The problem is the bookkeeping under the Biden administration was kind of like the border. It was wide open. And so we don't know how many folks are actually in the country that shouldn't be here. It's millions. How many of them have ties to countries that are adjacent to Iran or that are Iranian? As I left, we were still working on some of those numbers, but we've seen several terrorist attacks since these operations began in America, and they all fit that lone actor inspired model. So the blowback is, as longer this goes on and the more the propaganda inevitably gets weaponized, we are going to see more than likely more people here that are radicalized. Now, frankly, I think that and this is another great thing about President Trump, none of these people should be in the country. We should have tighter immigration policies. We should be focused right now. Our focus should be on.
Yeah, essentially, they're speaking out of both sides of the mouth. And Nikki's talking about this as well. It's like, if we attack these people, we're going to inspire terrorists that are already here, or we're going to activate Iranian terror cells that are here because we don't know who's here. So we shouldn't do this. But also at the same time, Iran is not a threat to us. Like, you can't have both things cannot be true. They're mutually exclusive.
Finding everyone who shouldn't be in our country right now and getting them out as soon as possible, not in another foreign adventure.
I wonder, so you've already seen.
Basically what they're saying is, you know what, we should allow the threat of terrorists to dictate our response to geopolitics.
In the wake of a recent terror attack, neocons used that attack as a way to try and censor, shut down, maybe even imprison critics of the decision to go to war in Iran. So it's almost like you control both sides. Like you advocate for a war, which inevitably stokes religious hatred because you advocate for the killing of a religious leader. Okay. So you're helping to create religious war, permanent generational religious war. And then when your country, or the country you happen to be living in that you don't really care about, feels the effects, when Americans are killed as a result of that, you use their deaths to justify the silencing of people who criticized you. Does that make sense?
No, exactly.
Yeah. So how much are you concerned we're going to see more of that?
I'm very concerned. I think I pray we won't, but the odds are not in our favor, just considering how open our borders have been. Obviously, this type of propaganda radicalizes people. Again, we've already seen attacks. We saw attacks inspired by the conflict in Gaza. So I think we're going to see more of this. And then just, made the mistake of opening up Twitter a couple times today. There's people calling for, dissenting voices to be charged, to be locked up,
of course,
et cetera. And so,
they may be.
The erosion of civil rights, I think, during a time of conflict is nothing new. Unfortunately, we've seen it before.
It's the rule. But I wonder, though, is like people talk through, or maybe they didn't talk it through, but did anybody in the lead up to this, I just want to ask it again to make sure I understand the answer, in the lead up to this war, which is now a regional war, potentially a global war, big war, biggest war of our lives, did anyone come to you and say, what's your projection for like what the effects on the United States will be? Like how many Americans could die at the shopping mall because of this, or at school?
We proactively wrote an assessment, which is what we tend to do anyways. But again, there just wasn't a huge process and a debate about this last iteration.
But you're worried about it.
I'm very concerned about it.
I am too. I am too. Yeah, I'm too. Okay, so let me read you the most controversial, and you've addressed this to some extent, but I'd like you to flesh it out a little more, if you don't mind. You say support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on during 3 campaigns and that you enacted. You understood up until June of 2025 that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. Early in this administration, this is the change. High-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. So I think you've explained how the echo chamber and the lobbying campaign worked. It wasn't just on Fox and the Wall Street Journal. It was by telephone and text message. It was in person, and it was relentless. And there was no countervailing campaign. There was almost nobody who went to the president and said, well, actually, here's the American view, which is frustrating. But then you allude at the end of that to the Iraq war. And I think you told me at dinner last night, I think you spent 5 years total. You had 11 combat deployments. You spent about, you think, 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, 9 of those deployments were to Iraq for 6 to 8 months. So, yeah.
Okay, so you've had some time to think about the Iraq war.
Yeah. More time than is healthy, yeah.
Can I just say, because it makes me, so here you go, you join the Army at 18, yeah. You spend your whole young life there, go to all these wars, 11 deployments. You spend 5 years in Iraq, over 7 deployments, and you reach a series of conclusions, fighting and being shot at by Iranian proxies. And now you say, I don't think this war is good for America. And you're being slandered as a bad, unpatriotic quitter who secretly sympathizes with the Ayatollah. I just have to ask you how that feels.
I mean, they love you when you're just saluting and moving.
Look, again, this is a straw man. No one's saying that he's sympathetic to the Ayatollah. What we're saying is that his conclusions don't make sense. And yeah, we're questioning his motives behind this. Because again, they just don't make sense. You went into the Trump administration knowing that he had a red line, and that is Iran would not get a nuclear weapon. You jumped in. You said, hey, you know what, Mr. President, I'm going to support you and I'm going to do the job that I'm given, which, by the way, this isn't even your job. This is not even your job. Your job is counterterrorism. It has nothing to do with any of this stuff. Like, do your job. Like, stay in your lane. So when the president of the United States, which sounds like to me, generally speaking, the vast majority of things that President Trump is doing, he supports. But because there's one thing that you don't support, that you don't even know how it's going to turn out, that you're not involved with, by the way, like you're not on the attack plans. All right. You're not being briefed on what's going on in Iran every single day because it doesn't pertain to your job, which is counterterrorism, until there's elements or information that pertains to you that may come out of this, but this is not your job. But then you say, you know what? I quit. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, people are going to question your motives, and as they should. You know, being part of an administration is not, it's not, you know, a democracy. There's going to be elements of every single administration. And if, you know, God bless you, if your conscience is weighing on you to the point where, you know what, I can't be a part of this, fine. Then don't be a part of it and be quiet, because you don't have the intelligence and the information that is relevant to this to tell us otherwise. And by the way, you haven't laid out a single thing that would convince me that we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. It's all been opinion, every bit of it. So yeah, I mean, it should be questioned, you know, and God bless Joe Kent for all he's done for this country. But guess what? We're disagreeing with you on your decision and your opinion, because it doesn't make sense. You can't say that Iran is not an imminent threat. I don't know how anybody can say that with a straight face. They are an imminent threat. They've always been a threat to us. They're a clear and present danger constantly, both to us here and abroad, because I think we would all agree, if Iran had the opportunity to attack the United States, they will. Any other conclusion is idiotic.
Yeah, but then the second you say, I don't think we should be doing this, and I have an opinion now, then all the attacks come at you. But I truly believe that that God put me where I am right now, really putting me through everything I've been through in my life to bring me to this point. I don't believe that God said, hey, you're here now in this moment to just sit back and be a good soldier for this iteration. I've had lots of friends who have said, hey, I think you would have been more value staying in the administration with your experiences. And I understand that, and I'm flattered by it. But considering all that I've seen, the conclusions that I've reached, I feel like I'm here for a reason, and something I think probably on my third or fourth deployment, as I was realizing that we were lied to get us into Iraq, and that we had a whole mess that we now had to clean up, and how much it mirrored and echoed Vietnam. I remember, as being in my mid to late 20s, being very frustrated with a lot of the Vietnam veterans who did not speak up against. I know some did, but especially Vietnam veterans who stayed in service, as I had intended to do, who stayed in service and who advocated for the Iraq War. Colin Powell is someone who I have a lot of respect for the way he fought in Vietnam, his leadership in Desert Storm. But then the way that he was part of lying to get us into the Iraq War, and then staying on and continuing those lies, knowing full well, having all the experiences of being a guy on the ground in a feudal war that was, basically we were deployed to under false pretenses. He had all that knowledge, and because he wanted to be loyal to, I think, the president, and I think he wanted to be loyal to what he felt was the government that would eventually get it right, he didn't step out and say, we shouldn't be doing this. And I just remember reflecting on that. And, I said to myself at the time, and this might seem, silly and idealistic, but said to myself at the time, if it's ever my turn, if it's ever my generation's turn, I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure this doesn't happen to the next generation. So a real breaking point for me, I, did the best I could for a couple of weeks as this war started, from the inside, to try and find, off ramps, to try and provide information, to see what I could do from the inside. But watching the casualties roll in, and I don't want to use anyone's loss as a political talking point, but for me personally, watching more casualties come in, I just couldn't stand by as both a veteran and then as a Gold Star husband, and say, like, I'm just going to continue to soldier on in this. It's time to try something different. I know this path that we're on, it doesn't work. I've seen enough data. It's time to do something different.
How hard a decision was it?
It became really clear to me, over the weekend, this past weekend, that our message just wasn't getting through. And I was like, I know what happens if I stay. If I stay and I go along with this, I'm going to be, knee deep in it, trying to just chip away and make a difference. But my ability to have, my voice heard, to present data that runs contrary to the trajectory and the agenda that the administration's on, that's going to be squashed before it even really reaches the White House. And so I knew I had kind of hit my limit of effectiveness in that capacity. So really, it should have been a hard decision, but for me, it was crystal clear. It was like, number one, I can't be a part of this in good conscience, and I need to do everything I can to actually speak out about it, and speak out in a way that I hope resonates with the president and with some of my former colleagues. I understand they might be mad at me. They're getting hard questions from the media, but I really want them, as we descend even further into this war, I really hope that they take the time to reflect and to realize that we still have time to get us out of this. And then also for the 77 million people who voted for President Trump, who voted for no new wars, who voted for the foreign policy that President Trump enacted in his first administration, the foreign policy that I described. I mean, President Trump's first foreign policy, the one that he ran on, the one that he destroyed the Republican neocon establishment on, was incredibly pragmatic. We're not saying, you have to be some kind of a pacifist. We are saying, though, that you have to be very, very deliberate and judicious in how you use force. And you also have to use the full scope of the American toolbox. You use diplomacy, you use our economic leverage. And again, this isn't something that I came up with. President Trump came up with this. President Trump enacted this. And this is why 77 million people voted for him. It's probably not the only reason, but the no new wars, put America first, don't let us bleed out in the Middle East. That's what people voted for. And that's what I think, you campaigned for. And I think that's something he could get us back to if he just takes a look and assesses how we got to where we are right now.
I want to get to that in a minute, your solution. And, I just want to be transparent about my motives. Not in this to attack anybody.
Right.
I'm concerned to the point of agitation about where this is going and its effects on the United States. I hope I'm wrong, but I believe it. And I think you do too. Yeah. I think this is the most serious thing that's happened in my lifetime. So I want to fix it, and I don't want it to happen again.
Exactly.
And I don't want history to be written in real time by liars in such a way that no one understands what we're going through, and then we make the same mistakes. And this is a principle that any parent applies to his own children. No, say out loud what you did, and you're less likely to do it again. So, but before I say anything, I just want to pause just on your personal experience. I know you hate talking about it, so I'm not going to make you uncomfortable by pushing too much, but you feel it. I feel it as an observer, such sadness for the men who've been used, including you. And I wonder how, given everything you've done and everything you've just said, how you don't feel bitter at the response that you
I am very put off by this emotional appeal thing that he's doing right now. Like, shut up. People being used and whispering, and like, how does this make you feel? How does this make you feel? Let's hit some super chats before we have to deal with this. Like, dude, come on. Gary, thanks for paying up a membership to Tucker for this insanity, so we don't have to. You're a hero. You're welcome. Iran built Fordo nuclear facility 300 feet underground at 10 to 20 times normal cost. Why? To survive airstrike. Excuse me. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Like, you guys are pulling in all the pieces that I'm forgetting, and I love it. Thank you so much for being such a great audience, smart and intelligent and full of discernment, critical thinking skills. Muslims, I don't know if he said that. I might have missed that. I was looking up some other things as I was listening. Like, it's so tough. Yeah, I hit that one. Now it's more obvious why this threat has been ignored for 47 years. There are so many hands that don't want to save this regime. God bless President Trump for being the only one to step up and do what the job is and do what is necessary. This has been necessary. Like, again, quit comparing it to everything else. Quit being such a moron that if this happened, then this happened. Like, those are not true. That's one of the things that irritates me the most. Like, well, if JFK is true, then, definitely Charlie Kirk was assassinated. It was the CIA or freaking French Foreign Legion, whoever. Like, if this is true, that's true. Like, shut up. That's the, man, God, there's such a high level of idiocy that I can't even deal with it. That logic is so flawed and so dumb, and it's gonna guarantee that you will come to the incorrect conclusion every single time. If you can't judge whatever you're looking at independently from every other situation, you're going to come to the dumbest, most ignorant conclusions every single time. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any other super chats. I did. I missed a bunch of them here. Yeah, it is being reported that, and I was just looking at X. This is one of the things I was looking up. Multiple sources are saying that he has been under investigation for leaking classified information for over the last 6 months. So take that for what it is. These are, again, they're anonymous sources. They're hearsay at this point. Tell me stuff so I can tell the Ayatollah Tucker. Exactly. All right, we're going to continue to play this out. I'll see if there's any other ones that I missed.
Some people. How do you keep the bitterness out?
I think faith. I've got a great wife. God's blessed me twice with my late wife Shannon, my wife Heather,
Yes.
our two boys Colt and Josh, who I think are watching this hopefully. So faith and staying grounded on what's important.
Yes.
But then also look, the people who are coming after me. I believe that the internet is like 25% real. I think there's a lot of bots. There's a lot of people who got delivered a talking point and they're going to get a paycheck for it.
I've noticed.
Or they just, they want the adoration. So I just don't take most of it seriously. And again, look, I know there's some of my former colleagues, people who I do like, who have had to come after me. And I understand that too. Like, I get it. Like, they're still there. They've got to discredit everything I'm saying right now. They're watching, taking notes. So I'm not bitter about that. I literally just want to focus on the task at hand. And the task at hand is stopping us from getting deeper into this quagmire. Because again, like just looking back on my experiences in Iraq, I don't feel like this happened. There wasn't the ability to, there wasn't this platform. There wasn't, the free independent media that existed in a real way that could reach people.
That's right.
And so to me, we have this opportunity. So I'll be bitter and angry later when, I read Twitter and somebody who I used to like says that Joe Kent's a traitor and we're going to fire him tomorrow anyways. We don't have time for that. Like, as you pointed out, major things are happening right now in this war, and the president is facing some very, very challenging decisions. So I personally just hope that he and his closest advisors listen and think, and that's the main priority.
So I strongly agree. And we can't allow hatred of us to inspire hatred in ourselves. You can't become a hater. It'll destroy you. It's what they want. So I salute you for avoiding that. And it's absolutely real. I spent a lot of time with you and you're not a hater at all. You don't even seem that bothered. So that's incredible given where you are. It's amazing. It's an act of faith and I love it. End of the history portion of the segment, but I just think it's important to establish why you said first the war in Iraq, second the conflict in Syria, which took the life of your wife, why both of those were driven by Israel.
Well, the war in Syria never would have happened without the war in Iraq. I mean, so had we not gone in and invaded Iraq, we wouldn't have had the conflict in Syria. But Syria was always a major problem under Assad for the Israelis, both under his father and under the Bashar al-Assad, Hafez al-Bashir, because of their support, the relationship with the Iranians, their support for Hezbollah.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yep.
And so they wanted to get rid of Assad as well. They saw Iraq as a vehicle for not just taking down Saddam Hussein, who posed a threat to them as well, but also as a way, a lily pad, if you will, to get rid of Syria. And basically,
so Assad must go, which was a slogan that all of a sudden emerged out of nowhere.
Right.
that was not like an organic American desire. It wasn't like Americans woke up and were like, the problem really is this ophthalmologist from Syria. He must go. It was that reflected the priorities of Israel, not
Israel.
the
And then I
States.
think you had the echo chamber as well, because you had all the usual suspects. You had FDD, and you had all these different other organizations that were out there saying that like now's the time to
Barry Weiss,
break off
true
the shackles.
expert on
and
Syria.
The next thing you know, like there'll be a Syrian Thomas Jefferson that'll take over, and instead we got the former leader.
Look, maybe I'm biased toward Joe Kent. You guys tell me. All I've heard is his opinion. We can take a bunch of different facts, different intelligence reports, we can come out with our own conclusions. This happens all the time, and that's why you have analysts in these different intelligence agencies, and that's the military and everybody else, right? But these analysts come to conclusions a lot of times that just don't make sense. This is a common thing. Like everybody knows this. Like, no, that's your interpretation. That's why it always goes through multiple people to hopefully like, all right, let's interpret what this intel report is actually saying. But all I've heard is his opinion on what's going on. I have not heard anything that would give us any solid proof or evidence that what Trump is doing is incorrect. And I don't, like, I know a lot of people over in the chat are saying like, he's paid this, that. I don't know. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt with all of that stuff. What it seems like to me is somebody that is driven by their opinion. And of course we all are to some extent, but we haven't heard any solid evidence. Like I would have not, even if I felt the way that Joe Kent does, I'm like, you know what? It's my opinion that I guess Israel is pushing this, that, Iran is not a imminent threat at the moment. I would be able to recognize like, at the end of it, that's my opinion. That's how I feel about this. That's how I interpret what's going on, which by the way, none of that's within my job, which is counterterrorism, by the way. It's not even my job. And I'm going to continue to support President Trump for what he hired me for, and that is counterterrorism. I think where my opinion comes in, when you go out and you sit there and undermine, and really what it comes down to is like, his statement in his resignation, it's subversive. It really is. It's giving your opinion as fact that this war was driven by Israel. You have not convinced me that you've provided any sort of evidence that that is true. All you've told me is a bunch of things that support your opinion, not evidence. So that's where I diverge real quick from, he may be completely sincere in all of this, but again, this is a person that's being driven by their opinion on something that's not even their job. And that's the problem with all this. And then it just so happened you jump on the very next day, like somebody pointed out, like within a couple hours at a minimum, if not prior to your resignation, you have a interview scheduled with Tucker Carlson. That's where things start getting weird, and I start getting suspicious, and many of you do too. But even if this man is 100% sincere, every element of this is just wrong. Like it's not the correct way to go about doing things. It's not the correct things to say if you were going to resign. And you can't even support what you're saying in that resignation or anything you said here with actual facts or evidence. This is all opinion. It's a man driven by his opinion and emotions, and that's real unfortunate given where he comes from. Said a couple of these super chats wrote, well, we got to pause. Arlie Ernie needs to throw that tissue box at Tucker. Exactly. Tell your wife, thank you for us taking all your time. Appreciate that someone's speaking the truth. Thank you. Well, I will let her know that. Joe Kent just joins the same Catholic event where Candace is a speaker, same as Matt Walsh, Carrie Prejean Bowler. His resign is so timely. Yeah. That's part of the problem with all this. As somebody said earlier, pattern recognition, right? And what they were referencing is when I said you can't just generalize, oh, because this happened, now we're going to go with pattern recognition. All right. Still, like, you got to have a little bit of critical thinking skills. Pattern recognition is isolated to one event, typically. It's where it's best utilized. Of course, if it's part of a bigger thing, but no one, you can't present anything to me. This is anything with the JFK assassination has anything to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination. I think that's just bonkers. You know, we're what, 70 years apart from each other, something like that. 60 years apart. Crazy to say the least. Yeah. So there's a lot going on there that seems contrived with all of this, with Tucker, starting off with Candace, then Tucker, then Megyn Kelly, then Prejean, then all of these other people popping up and just pushing all this information out. It's all one big psyop against President Trump. You can't convince me otherwise. Trump wouldn't have greenlit this if it didn't have to be done. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. If you're talking about the attack on Iran, they can't stop talking about Iraq. Yeah, everything goes back to Iraq, and it really, it shouldn't, right?
Of Al Qaeda,
very different.
But a big reason that Syria became next after Iraq. In Iraq, we screwed the whole thing up so badly that we toppled Saddam, destabilized, fought a bitter insurgency. The Sunnis eventually aligned with Al Qaeda, but then we beat them down so heavily because the Shias are the majority of the country. The Shias took over. Shias largely the Shias that we installed in Iraq, the Dawa Party, Badr, Skiri, etc. Heavily aligned with Iran. And so at the end of the Iraq War under Obama, there was this whole like, oh crap, we just handed basically the keys to Baghdad to the Iranians, who, again, hostile to us. Qasem Soleimani is running all over the place, funding proxies. It's a great deal. It helps Iran circumvent sanctions, the relationship with Iraq. And we just spent trillions, lost nearly 5,000 Americans there. And now we have this Shia superstate. And so then there was a ton of pressure coming from not just the Israelis, but I think also a lot of the Gulf to say, hey, we've got to get rid of Assad as well, because now you have this Iranian land bridge that goes basically from Damascus all the way to Tehran, and then you can hook that down into the Lebanese area where Hezbollah is.
Southern Lebanon.
So next thing you know, well, if you want to get rid of the guy Assad, who's an Alawite, well, we got a country full of like really angry Sunnis, and what are those guys going to turn into? And so next thing you know, we're now on the side of ISIS and Al Qaeda. ISIS gets out of control, and we have to deploy back to Iraq, back to Syria, to put out essentially the brush fire that we created. And so that's why I put all of those together, because again, without Israel's influence, would all of this have happened? Would the Iraq War have happened? Maybe, but they heavily lobbied for it. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu, you can pull up tapes on YouTube, like the guy was lobbying heavily back in 2002 for us to do regime change in Iraq, and he has stayed in power ever since. Ariel Sharon, who initially was the PM in the lead up to the Iraq War, initially was against it because he wanted us to focus on Iran, but then towards the end, he got on board as well. But the Likud party that's in power and has been driving Israeli politics now for most of my adult life, they were heavily in favor of the regime change war in Iraq, which again led to Shia domination, led to the rise of ISIS, led to the rise of Al Qaeda, and then heavily fueled the Syrian civil war. So again,
all right. Again, I don't know how many times I have to address this. If you want me to sit here, I can talk for 3 days about all my criticisms about the Iraq War. I can criticize George W. Bush. I mean, everybody that was involved, Rumsfeld, everybody that was involved with the Iraq War. I've done it a million times. I've been there, done that literally. Did 2 tours in Iraq. One was a 13-month tour with the initial push into Iraq with the invasion. And then I did another 10-month tour there in 2008 and 2009. So been there, know all about it. I absolutely agree that we went under a false predicate. All right. Just there we go. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. What we're talking about is a insane, absolutely a terrorist regime that has nuclear weapons or is trying to get nuclear weapons. Like, that can't even be debated. Like, we know that that's true. All the facts align. Here they are. We know they have nuclear material that's over 60%, and there's no reason to have that. That at parallel, they're developing ballistic and intercontinental ballistic missiles. Like, they have the missile program that they're developing in parallel with their nuclear program. So what do you think they're trying to do? While they're creating these nuclear facilities, dozens and dozens of feet underground, like, that is a real predicate versus the false predicate of the Iraq War. Like, can we not see the difference here? And at the same time, they're chanting death to America. We have 47 years of numerous times they've targeted Americans. They're responsible for thousands of Americans dead. Those are all facts. We can't say that. You can't take that information, all right, and apply that to Iraq. Was Iraq doing those? No, like, we shouldn't have went into Iraq. You got me. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I agree with all those things. That is not the same as what we're talking about. That's a completely different knowledge and information set that we're dealing with Iran versus Iraq. And you have to be extremely low IQ to continue to bring up Iraq and try to compare it to Iran. There is no comparison. The facts are completely different. I don't know what else you want to say.
Country, Israel, who they can be a good partner in some regards. I'm not anti-Israeli. I've worked with the Israelis. Again, very competent intelligence service, very wonderful people, but they have different objectives than we do. So to put them in the driver's seat of our foreign policy and to let them dictate our foreign policy is a disservice to the American people.
Well, I think, and I think you're understating the effect. Disservice suggests like an inconvenience.
It's dangerous. Yeah.
Now we're looking at bankruptcy and death and collapse of the dollar and like lots. And I'm not blaming Israel. By the way, I'm not blaming Israel for any of it. I'm blaming supine American leadership that takes this. Right. Don't understand it at all. And that kind of leads to the most uncomfortable question of all. And I don't know if you can answer it. I don't think I can answer it. But since all of these dynamics are very well known to everyone in Washington, everyone who pretends this is not real, the Tom Cottons of the world, Lindsey Grahams or whatever, the liars, everybody knows. Everybody knows. Pro-Israel people know, anti-Israel people know that what you're saying is true. I don't think there's any debate about any of it. So since it was clear that we were being pushed by the Netanyahu government into this war, that they were choosing the timing, they chose the timing.
Where I stand.
Right? I mean,
yeah, I'll take Marco Rubio's word for it.
I'll take Marco Rubio's word for it. Was it ever discussed, the option that you mentioned at the beginning? Like, how about no?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so then you have to ask, I'm just following the logic train here. What kind of pressure does it require to get a president who campaigned against exactly this thing for 10 years to do exactly this thing? What does it take to do that?
I wish I knew definitively. I think there's two potentials or two schools of thought. I mean, one is the media echo chamber, the donors, the way the Israeli.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about these false comparisons. Is Pakistan threatening the United States? Is Pakistan constantly, regularly, they have, but are they regularly threatening the United States and or conducting terrorist operations through proxies all over the world? Like, we hardly hear people, like, Pakistan's more worried about India than they are the United States. So there is no comparison. We have responsible people, not preferred people, but fairly responsible nation that has nukes, right? Iran is not that. Iran's not a responsible nation. They will kill Americans. They will kill Israelis. They will kill all of their enemies if they have an opportunity to do so. It's a completely homicidal regime. I don't know why you got to spell this out to you people that are like, you're acting like 5-year-olds. Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about these people? Like, it's completely different. And if I got to explain the difference to you, then you're wholly ignorant about any of this. Fun time.
Come in and kind of launder the information like I described previously. And then the other option is much darker. I mean, we still don't know what happened in Butler. We don't know what happened with Charlie Kirk. And by no means am I saying, like, the Israelis did this or
or any of that, but I'm saying there's a lot of unanswered questions there, and there is enough data to at least say that there's a good chance that President Trump feels like he is under threat. We're not allowed to.
I do, and it's like whack-a-mole. As soon as you address one, they bring up another. And they're all equally retarded.
Ask basically, was there any linkage between what took place with Asif Merchant, who was recruited by the Iranians to come to America to recruit proxies to kill President Trump? The FBI put a confidential human source at him. All this is public now. This is all out there in the open. And he's arrested, and then 2 days later, a sniper takes a shot at President Trump. We think Merchant and we know the CHS was talking about the human source that the FBI put at Merchant. They were talking about, hey, we could kill the president potentially with a sniper rifle. But then they arrest him. 2 days later, Butler happens. And Krooks, according to the official narrative anyways, is an enigma. We don't know anything about him. We can't get into his devices. If we did get into his devices, maybe there's nothing there. No more questions are allowed to be asked about Thomas Krooks. The DHS IG is currently being blocked from investigating Butler as well. That's out in the media. That's all well known. Your investigative journalists found that.
All right. So now we're getting some area where I agree with him. And this is something I've talked about from the beginning about, I don't know, probably a couple of weeks after Butler. I was like, you know what? I think that this guy was recruited, radicalized, weaponized online. I still think that. After I determined through a lot of investigative work, going there, talking to eyewitnesses, talking to a bunch of people, everybody was sitting there doing the same thing that we're playing this game with Charlie Kirk. Everybody's like, no, he wasn't the shooter. It's stupid. Folks, the ballistics are very, very clear. I did 3D models of it. He was the shooter, and he died on that rooftop. That, to me, is in the story as far as that piece goes. I want to know what happened prior to. And now we have a Biden administration that was in charge. I am completely open to the idea that we had some deep state operatives, whatever that looks like, whether that was, intelligence agencies or other agencies or other countries or whatever else, that targeted this guy, radicalized him, and weaponized him to do what he did. I think that is and again, we see a very similar pattern with some of these other mass shootings or school shootings where, the trans ideology plays into a part of this. I did a full interview with Chase Hughes talking about asking him, like, hey man, how hard would this be to whether it's a different country or a political organization or whatever else that can find these people online and radicalize them very quickly over time or over time at all. And he's like, it would be easy, super easy. And that is so much easier than trying to, hire some professional hitman and hire 10 different shooters and have a patsy. The same thing goes with Charlie Kirk. That's one of the questions that I've asked from the very beginning. I've never said that, Tyler Robinson acted alone. I don't think that he acted alone. I think at a very minimum, his gay lover was part of this, Lance Twiggs. But I also think that he could have been radicalized online. And it's extremely easy to do. Please go watch my interview with Chase Hughes where we talk about this at length and the possibilities of this. And that is so much simpler and easier to do than all these grand, crazy conspiracies that just don't make sense. They don't make logistic sense. They don't make sense on any level. And by the way, none of the evidence pushes us in that direction. All the evidence supports the official narrative at this point. But, and I want you to think about that. Like, number one, we have people that know about these things saying that is extremely easy to do, and understand how that plays into this. It gives everybody that's possibly involved all kinds of deniability. They don't have to be there. You don't have to have people in maroon shirts. You don't have to fly in drones. You don't have to have, underground tunnels, exploding microphones, camera guns. Like, this is 5th generational warfare. And if you think people can't be radicalized and hypnotized, whatever you want to call it, like, it's very, very real. Very, very real to get people to do this, to convince them that they're going to be a hero. And folks, all you got to do is look at Tyler Robinson in court. Like, that guy isn't worried about a thing. He thinks he's a hero. Like, there's something off in that. And the other thing is, how easy it is using different algorithms to find those types of people online, super easy. And right here, I do think that there is some sort of cover-up. Now, that cover-up could be a couple of reasons. Number one, come to find out, it was the Biden administration that I do think had a conspiracy to deny Trump security assets. So they set the conditions to allow this to happen. They could be involved in some sort of deep state conspiracy where they radicalized this guy and knew that it was taking place. I'm open to all that. The other thing is, number one, they could have already found out that this was the case. And maybe they're still investigating that. Maybe they don't want the public to know because they don't want them to be aware of such a, I don't know, it's almost an impossible threat to address, right? That could be going on all over the United States. Again, so many of these mass shootings at schools, they have very similar circumstances taking place where we know the shooter, they became radicalized very quickly, they completely changed. A lot of these people are transgender. That is one of the things that Chase Hughes talked about, that is a big vulnerability. If you're not even sure of who you are, an outside influence can mold you into whatever they want you to be. So we definitely need more information on that. I agree with Joe Kent on this for sure.
Krooks did indeed have an online persona,
quite an
online
extensive
footprint,
one.
and he was talking
Yeah.
to people. So
Yeah.
it's like, why aren't we investigating this? You know, I mean, if
An attempted murder of a presidential
attempted
candidate?
murder of a presidential candidate, and then there's another assassination attempt. There's been multiple public breaches of President Trump's security over the last year. And then, you know, Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way. And we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors. And he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and it's a small, you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, "Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran," very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to have turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into. But there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public, that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And we knew at the end of the 12-day war, at the end of Midnight Hammer, that the Israelis were going to come back and ask us to go back to war again.
Right.
So we have a lot of data points between Butler, the assassination attempts against President Trump, the breaches of his security, what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Can I just ask you to pause on the Charlie Kirk because it upsets me to hear what you're saying, to be reminded that he was murdered, but also to hear you confirm what was reported in the media several months ago, that your office had been blocked from investigating his murder. That does not make sense to me. I don't understand why you would ever turn down help in an investigation from a U.S. agency with a lot of experience in gathering intelligence on things. That's your job.
The FBI will say, and the DOJ will say, that because it's an ongoing case, it's a Utah state case, that back off, they've got it. They've got a smoking case. They've got the fingerprints on the gun, and they've got the case.
But the FBI was involved in the case.
The FBI was involved. The FBI's
basically said that they're deferring to Utah because it's now a
Okay,
state
but
case.
they've established a precedent for federal investigation of this crime.
Yeah, and the National Counterterrorism Center's mandate is to investigate any foreign ties to see if there's potentially any foreign ties. If we don't find any foreign ties, we back off. What I'm saying about getting into too much detail is there was more for us to investigate.
You believe there was reason to investigate foreign ties to Charlie Kirk's murder and were told by the FBI, DOJ?
FBI and DOJ, yeah.
No, you're not allowed to investigate that.
Stop. It's done. They basically cut off our access to be able to get into that information. And look, I didn't even say necessarily that I believe there's 100% foreign ties. There were data points that we needed to investigate. I mean, I think anybody who's even, looked at any kind of police investigation, you get 100 leads, you run them down, and 99 don't mean anything. We still had a lot more leads to run down that pertained to some kind of a foreign nexus that we were stopped from investigating. And,
that just strikes me as inconceivable that could happen. And again, I was aware of it from reading about it, but not really to the extent that you've just described. So I would love to hear the justification for that. And can you flesh that out a little bit more? What were you told was the reason to prevent you as a federal intelligence official running the National Counterterrorism Center from looking into the murder when you had reason to look into it?
Well, the way the bureaucracy works is they can just kill things in process. So initially we were cut off pretty early on from being able to access like the files and being able to, send people out there. We sent people out initially to work in the task force.
Hey, look, I want anybody that's has any sort of capabilities to investigate the Charlie Kirk assassination. I am trying to find a reason why the counterterrorism would actually have a jurisdiction over this. We have the NSA, we have the CIA, we have the FBI, we have multiple different bureaus within the FBI, multiple different divisions within the FBI that can chase down foreign intelligence as well. I don't understand. I'm going to look up their actual mission set, and because I don't understand why counterterrorism would be involved in this.
Gary,
After
it's
the
because
crisis period, the first week.
counterterrorism investigates bees.
Well, that's true. You're not wrong. Yeah, like I said, I want to look up their directives and see what their mission set actually states, because I don't understand. Like, just because you have a high profile case, understand this, folks, and I've seen this in different government agencies and how this works. Everybody wants to get their hands into it. And a lot of people, like adults in the room, say like, no, that's not even, you have no jurisdiction over this. Like, we got all of these assets working on this. Rightly so, it's a state case. Again, I don't doubt that the FBI looked at foreign adversaries or any sort of foreign interference with this. I just don't understand why, the director of National Counterterrorism Center, like, I don't know why they would necessarily be involved with it. Maybe they should be. Maybe they could be. I don't know. But I bet there's a lot of people trying to get their hands on this because it was such a high profile case. And there's always going to be people like, no, that's not your jurisdiction. That's not your lane. Go worry about counterterrorism. I don't know. Maybe everything he's saying is true. Maybe he should have been involved with it. Maybe it has not been investigated thoroughly from that aspect.
Week or so that dispersed, and we basically were told that, hey, we'll get back to you if we find any kind of foreign ties, et cetera, that we want you guys to look into. Meanwhile, we had already dug up a decent amount of leads. Again, I'm not saying that we had anything concrete, but we found more work that we needed to do to say that we had done our due diligence. We were then told that, hey, you guys need to stop. You can't work on this anymore. I had a bureaucratic dispute about it. Eventually, we were allowed to continue to investigate. But then in very short order, all the requests that we would make that normally different parts of the interagency with the FBI being on point would facilitate data share. Data sharing is a big thing that NCTC does. Those requests were just never met, or in my opinion, not an honest effort was given to fulfill those requests. Just basic information that any competent police service, which I believe Utah has, and the FBI, that they would have access to help us run down the leads to either confirm or deny some kind of foreign activity. So we were cut off from that. They didn't ever officially come back and say, you can't look at this anymore. All of the requests just continued to die on the vine with the various agencies that we needed to actually fulfill those requests.
I just can't imagine a legitimate justification for that. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but from a non-specialist perspective, something horrible has happened. The U.S. government its core function is to investigate crime, particularly murder. Here you have an agency whose job it is to run down the rabbit trails you've described. And
actually, all right. So looking at this, what is the roles and responsibilities of the NCTC? Threat analysis serves as primary organization in the U.S. government for analyzing and integrating all intelligence pertaining to terrorism and counterterrorism. Strategic operational planning conducts strategic operational planning for counterterrorism activities across the government, integrating diplomatic, financial, military, intelligence, and law enforcement efforts. Information sharing ensures that the partners across the counterterrorism community have access to all source intelligence and shared knowledge on terrorists, their networks, and capabilities. Central Knowledge Bank maintains a single authoritative database of known and suspected terrorists. Intelligence management evaluates the effectiveness of the nation's counterterrorism efforts and assists in establishing intelligence collection requirements. That's their roles and responsibilities. That's their mission. So, you know, if I was running something, I'd be like, look, are we saying that this is linked to a terrorist? Is that what you're saying? Is this linked to a terrorist organization? I mean, if you can't articulate that, then I don't think you, in your role, have a responsibility or jurisdiction over what's going on. We got the FBI. I'm sure NSA and other folks out there probably did some additional research into this. You know, it's kind of like, I get the feeling where it's like, oh, you denied me because I don't have any jurisdiction here. This doesn't fall within my mission set. And now I'm going to kind of go bitch about it. That's, you know, it's what it seems like. I don't know.
You're stopped from doing that. We don't want the information.
Right.
Why would any person engaged in a legitimate pursuit say, I don't want more information?
I mean, especially considering there was people posting online prior knowledge of what was about to happen. So a lot of the justification for stopping us from investigating hung on, hey, we've got the guy, his fingerprints are on the gun. We got video of him jumping off the roof. Like, this is a slam dunk case. Okay, even if it is a slam dunk case that he took the shot, what about all the people who had prior knowledge? You know, all this, the basic investigative questions of like, how did he get there? You map it out. You know, nothing. This isn't rocket science. I mean, this is anything that anyone with common sense would know to ask. But basically, once they caught him, once he turned himself in and his fingerprints were on the gun, it was basically pencils down. Utah has the rest of it. There's nothing else to see here. And, you know, I'm over there thinking I'm in crazy town saying like, no, we have all these different leads that we need to run down, just from my perspective. Now, the people who had prior knowledge, I believe most of them were American citizens. So that would be on the FBI to go run down. But again, not without saying anything specific, there was more work for us to do on the potential of a foreign nexus. Again, not saying there is one, but we had more work to do and we were blocked from doing that.
I can't, my heart is pounding listening to this. I mean, I just would want people listening to this to assess two things. One, are you over your skis? Are you making claims you can't prove? No. Two, is there any conceivable motive, dark motive, that you would have for wanting to know more about this murder, to wanting to investigate it? And I don't think any rational person could construct a bad motive for wanting to know. It's your job.
Yeah.
It's the government's job. And so I think
I would argue that that's his job. There's a thing of, you know, too many hands in the cookie jar is a real thing. And with these high profile cases, you're going to have multiple agencies fighting over jurisdiction, fighting over because they want to get in their hands into it. Maybe he knows Charlie Kirk personally. So he want to get involved. I'm just failing to see, just objectively speaking, why the National Center of Counterterrorism has a role in this particular. Like, the FBI is able to check out foreign assets, even the Utah SBI, like they would be able to track down those leads as well. So that's my thought on this. So, I mean, there's a reasonable implausible explanation as to why he was denied access to some of that information. Hit a couple super chats. Patrick Brooks says, I totally agree, Gary. I'm not sure on which, but I appreciate you agreeing with me. They are all a bunch of wussies and a bunch of traitors. Oh my God, he's bought and paid for by Candace and her husband. Traitor. Like, I'm still gonna give him a little. Like, I think this is just misguided. That's where I'm at with this. I'm not willing to say that Joe Kent is saying these things for money. I just think he's misguided at this point. Prove me wrong. Look, we're gonna wait for more information to come out. Maybe there's something deeper and darker. Apparently, by all accounts, there is an investigation into him for leaking. I don't know. People forget Trump talked shit to North Korea after missile threat, then was the first president to step foot into North Korea. If Trump could talk to Iran, he would have. If he would have, yeah, if he would have been able to, if anyone was going to be able to convince Iran of like putting down nuclear weapons, like we gave them lots of options. We bent over backwards for Iran. So it didn't work. That's just the way it is. From what I read at the time, DNI fought with the FBI, and the reason allegedly is that Kent leaked info to Candy and tried to push Israel did it, and therefore Kent was told to back off. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Yeah, this is kind of the way that I feel about a lot of this so far. Basically, he didn't know how to follow orders. He was trying to have his own agenda. Got it. Definitely seemed like, hey, you know what? I got this right in the room. I need to handle this. And if you guys aren't going to go with me and how that I interpret this situation, then I'm going to go do other things. And by the way, I'm going to throw a smoke bomb at you as I freaking leave, right? And say that you're doing this at the behest of Israel.
I think the onus is on people who are preventing the collection of information to describe why they're doing that. That's the question for them. Why wouldn't you want to know? Specifically, you may not know the answer. Of the people who demonstrated prior knowledge of Charlie Kirk's murder online, and there were a number of them, are you satisfied that all of them were interviewed by the FBI in person?
I have no idea. I don't know. I just think, considering they knew Charlie was going to be assassinated, and there was enough of them that it wasn't just some rando who maybe he tags every TPUSA post with that.
Yeah, and why hasn't the great investigator Candace Owens tracked any of that information down? Why hasn't she done that at all? Why hasn't she looked at Tyler Robinson at all? She says he could be a part of it, but he wasn't on campus at all. And so now we're just going to completely direct everything at Eric Kirk, the French Foreign Legion, people in maroon shirts, and anything to distract you away from the actual killer, Tyler Robinson, and or his connections to other people or organizations. It doesn't even make sense.
There was enough of them that there's something there. I don't know what that something is.
Well, by definition.
But we haven't seen any arrests. So to me, there's more work to be done. And because that could have been posted from anywhere, that would be in the purview of the FBI or NCTC, or if they're overseas. And to me, I personally did not see any effort being taken to continue to run that down. Now, I'm sure they will say, hey, we're open to anything. We'll continue to investigate. But, you know, we're coming up on several months now. Why hasn't this been done?
Are you bothered by it?
I'm very bothered by it. I'm very bothered by it. Like I personally did not know Charlie well, but Charlie Kirk is a generational figure. I mean, he led a movement. He was speaking to millions of young Americans who came out, who voted for President Trump. And he was just a genuine great man, husband, father. I mean, how can you not like Charlie Kirk? But also the fact that he was murdered so publicly. And yes, there's been a lot of sympathy, and his movement has grown, et cetera. But actual curiosity about getting to justice, to figuring out what.
Well, really, he's not bolstering any of Candace Owens, just the opposite. Like he said, hey, these are the facts. This is what's going on. This is what we know to be true. But by the way, because there were social media posts that were predicting what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk, Like that needs to be looked into. That completely negates everything that Candace Owens has been saying. All the wild nonsense that Candace Owens has been saying.
Happened. That makes me furious that we're being blocked from that, and that we're not allowed to ask the question anymore. We're just not allowed to talk about it anymore. And I think that's absolute insanity. And what does that mean? What does that mean that there are people and there's entities out there that don't want us looking into this? And I'm sure they're preparing the response right now, and they're saying that's because we don't want to screw up the Robinson trial. Like, okay, if the Robinson trial is so slam dunk, then don't worry about it. You know, he's got his fingerprints on the rifle, etc. But there was people publicly posting they had prior knowledge of this. And I'm here telling you, as someone who's involved in the investigation, there was more stones for us to overturn. And every time we asked, we were blocked. And then they, leaked to New York Times. We had a blow up, and we had to throw them out of the room because they're crazy, etc. So it's incredibly frustrating that there's not more, especially considering how pivotal Charlie was to the MAGA movement and to President Trump, that there hasn't been a more concerted effort to find the truth and to find justice.
Do you think there will be?
I pray there is. I hope this helps. I know, you and I will probably take some flack for it.
I don't know why, and I doubt I'll be. Yeah, it's at a certain point. I've really tried not to say anything about it because I don't know the answers, but I want them to be found because I believe in justice and because I love Charlie. And but I think everything you have said, may be dismissed as crazy or evil. But tell me how. Right. With reference to the words you've just spoken, I don't see how someone could level a legitimate attack on you and won't stop them. You mentioned the breaches of the president's security that have been reported. One that was reported, and I can't say whether it's true. I'm only asking to see if you know that it is true. But it's been reported that Prime Minister Netanyahu's security detail was caught twice by Secret Service attaching some kind of device to the president's Secret Service emergency response.
I disagree. Look, I'm just telling you, like, this is me. I could be wrong. Like, I don't think that Joe Kent is lying. I think he's a man with an ego. That's what I'm seeing from all this. I think this is how he feels and how he interprets things, and that he thinks he's right and everybody else is wrong. That's the way that I see this. We have, before we start throwing around allegations that he's paid off, that he's part of some big conspiracy or whatever else. Now, there may be some coordination happening between him and Tucker. I think that's very clear, and maybe even broader from that. But I don't think at this, and there's no reason to, by the way, that he's paid off by somebody, or it's this, I see a man that is ran by his ego and his emotions. That's what I see, and that he's right and everybody else is wrong. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's no less damning than anything else that anyone else is like. That's a real problem. But I look, people are just too quick to throw around like, oh, you're paid by this country or you're paid by like, that's what they do. Like, we need to make sure that we stay within what we can see and the evidence, and don't become what we hate. And that is just throw out allegations because we feel them. All right. I'm just telling you that that's my assessment. Like, so you cannot like it, but I think that's the objective way to look at this right now. May come out that he was, if he's leaking, if that comes out to be true, man, he needs to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We're giving you special trust. We give you a security clearance. We give you access to information that nobody else has. And by the way, that's for a good reason. And then you give every Yahoo out there access to this information. And it's not like a whistleblower. It's just like leaking information because you don't like the way that your leadership or people within your organization are handling things. You think they should be handled differently. So you're going to subvert them by leaking information that the public shouldn't have. So that's where I'm at with that.
I don't know if that's true. Have you heard that?
I've read it in the media.
Of course,
I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
I think the president and the vice president and several members of the cabinet going out to dinner in D.C. and the Code Pink protesters having a heads up about that to rent the table. And that's hard to do. They had to figure out where they'd rent the table. They had to kind of get the restaurant on board to a certain extent. To me, that's kind of a almost like counting coup. It's a soft flex. It's a I can touch you whenever I want. It was Code Pink. They weren't going to do anything. We know they're just going to be kind of crazy and annoying. However, what does that mean? That means you've got real problems with your security detail. And then, a few weeks later, you have an armed police officer who's off duty, who's not part of the president's detail, come right up and shake the president's hand. And the guy's probably patriotic American, whatever. He probably just wanted to shake the president's hand legitimately. But that got a lot of publicity. And what does that mean? And the president, again, President Trump is very smart. I think President Trump has a gift for interpreting large sets of data.
Yes.
And making very, very key strategic decisions. And so when the president sees that he's got issues with his own security detail, when he sees what happened in Butler with the other assassination attempts, when he sees what happened with Charlie, I think it's reasonable to believe that somewhere in his head, he thinks that, like, maybe I don't have a choice. Maybe they could harm me or they could harm my family. And if they can't keep me safe, I believe the president deeply cares. I believe he's very courageous. I think if it was just a matter of he worried about his own physical safety, I don't think he cares. We saw that in Butler. But he does love his family, and he's got a big family. And so somewhere in his head, if they can't keep me safe, what about my family? So look, maybe the president was just simply deceived by the echo chamber we described, and that's how we got to this place. But it's also, there's a potential that there's an element of coercion, intimidation, whatever words you want to use there, that is also influencing his decision-making.
Well, and he's also going to have intelligence that you don't have access to. And with all things being equal, let's say we have President Trump presented with information. We have Joe Kent presented with the same exact information. They come to two different conclusions. Guess who we voted for? We voted for President Trump. So if you disagree with the way that he interprets that and decides to act upon that, it's not your place, dude. Go worry about counterterrorism. That's what should happen. That's what a professional does. But that's not what he's doing. He's basically throwing a fit and then going out and airing everybody's dirty laundry because he doesn't like that no one took him seriously, essentially. And it's not a good look, Joe.
If you were assessing a similar situation in another country, a country not your own, and you as an expert on these questions, which obviously you are, I gave you the same data set you've just presented to me. And I said, would you say that's just crazy even to bring that up as a possibility?
Not at all. I mean, when you map out those data points, I would just say this moves from being a possibility to potentially, depending on how you look at it and interpret it, this could be a likelihood. It would be something I'm sure that we would debate rigorously, but nobody would dismiss it altogether. With all this data, it's not nothing. It's something that has to be looked into.
Is it being looked into?
Again, I don't think it is. I think that with Butler, your investigative journalist found more about Krooks than the entire government. And
the response I received from the FBI was so hostile that it confused me, and it still does confuse me a lot. It confuses me a lot since I didn't approach the question with anything like that in mind. I mean, we put this documentary out, we got information, the information you described, we got a lot of his online activity, which we've been told didn't exist. And this was not an attack on the FBI. This was, of course, during the last administration with a different director. So this was hardly a partisan hit job. This is the president of the United States, who I campaigned for and voted for and have liked for many years. So, like, it's not an attack.
Mm-hmm.
And the response that I got was hysterical.
Yep.
That's not an overstatement.
Yep.
And it confuses me.
Yeah.
Have you had experiences like that?
There was a level of, just hostility coming from really the FBI. And some of it, I think, is just like rivalry. Like, why are you looking over my shoulder? Like, I got this. I'm very familiar with that. I mean, we're the same way in the military. So I got it.
That's exactly right. And this is something I said when that information was put out, that apparently, Joe Kent was trying to look into that. He was denied. And that's one of the first things I said. It's like, number one, it's not his jurisdiction. And when you got somebody coming into your meeting, you're the FBI, like, Joe Kent, hey, man, I'm here to help. Like, bro, go do what you do. Like, we got this. This is outside of your purview. Go worry about counterterrorism. This isn't you. We got this. Thanks. And there is rivalry there. There's always someone trying to step in on what you're trying to do, and they will do it if you let them. And then ultimately, what they're going to do is like, oh, I found it when the FBI couldn't. I found out this information. That's what they're trying to go for, or I would say that's the dynamic in a lot of federal agencies. So
That's right.
Totally. I totally get that.
They were treating like you were in the Air Force kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, what do you know? Like, we're the FBI. Like, gotcha. But, you know, we had a role to play, and the way that we were aggressively blocked from that, I found the hostility to be above and beyond what you would think that you'd find with just typical, you know, rivalry, bureaucratic rivalry, turf wars, those types of things. Some of that was at play, but the level of like, you cannot look at this. And then for them to escalate it, to attempt to get us kicked out of the case, that to me was very surprising. Same thing with Butler. When we first started asking questions about Butler, I thought, because especially that happened under the Biden administration, that, hey, we would come in and we would get the truth, because, you know, the previous administration really screwed this thing up. And there just wasn't curiosity there. There wasn't curiosity, and there wasn't a tolerance whatsoever for us going after just the key questions of like, hey, did the informant that you had that was interacting with this guy, Rashant, was he in communication with anybody in Butler? I mean, basic questions to ask. Again, this is nothing that's going to blow any investigator's socks off. Just those basic questions. Like, no, the two aren't related. Like, you can't talk about it. You can't ask any of those questions. Even when we found data
actually
it needed to be looked in. Yeah. I mean, they would say at the time, like, well, the Merchant case is ongoing, et cetera. Like, we can't interfere if that case is over. So, I mean, at this point,
I don't understand. I think this is like a new rule.
Yeah.
Which is to say a fake rule that you're not allowed to gather information about anything that might potentially intersect with an ongoing case that's not directly related. Like, what that who made that up?
I think that's just made up. I don't, because then how do you ever investigate anything?
What law school did you go to? Right. And I asked this question and was like, yeah, cases have been overturned on this basis. And it's like, well, cases have been overturned on many bases, but
right.
How is that? Is this like the new standard? Because you would not be able to investigate anything.
Right, exactly. And we want to get to the truth. And
so what is that for those of us following along at home who don't have a high level of familiarity with the process? What could that possibly be? The current president was the subject of a near successful assassination attempt, like recently.
Yeah.
And we're just not going to look into very obviously or divulge information that everyone knows they have. For example, the surveillance tape from the shooting range at which Thomas Krooks trained, because it would answer the question, was he training with somebody? And if so, who? They have that footage and they won't release it. What could possibly be the explanation for that?
I know what the result is. The result is people come to their own conclusions, and this is where like crazy conspiracy theories come from. And then those conspiracy theories usually are easy to debunk or make the people saying them sound crazy. So then the actual question never gets answered.
Right? I'm sorry. Can you say that for people who haven't lived in Washington? Okay. I try to explain this to people all the time because this has been ongoing since at least the Kennedy assassination, but this is a very serious and reoccurring thing. It's a tactic. And you just explained it better than anyone I've ever heard. Can you just do that again if you can recall it from memory?
Yeah, I mean, so basically you give no information whatsoever on something that's obvious that there should be information. Like you outlined, like there's potentially footage of Krooks at the shooting range. Again, Police 101, go get the tapes. Let's figure it out. If you don't want to address that question, then you go silent on it and you say, you can't ask that question, which then creates people who come out of kind of nowhere and they start drawing their own conclusions, knowing the way the internet works. I mean, half of them, if not more, are probably going to be so far off in left field and made by legitimate kooks or bots that then you can just be like, oh, these people asking these questions about the video range.
It's space aliens.
Crazy conspiracy theorists. They say
space aliens, it's French Foreign Legion, it's Israel, it's Erica Kirk, it's Mitch Snow, it's Fort Huachuca. Look, this whole thing, everything that Candace is doing is designed to delegitimize the actual investigation. That's what it's there for. It not only delegitimize what's going on with Charlie Kirk, but it's also meant to delegitimize independent media. They want to force you back to going to MSM because everything that Candace has put forward, number one, there's not a single piece of evidence she's put forward that would be admissible to a court. 99% of everything else that she said would be dismissed as hearsay. She's left with a few conjunctions and some, freaking she would have nothing left to say. Nothing left to say. It's just all BS. And then on top of that, what she's been able to do is smuggle in this complete narrative of Trump's against us, the Jews. Like, she's convinced millions of people of just stupid things, using Charlie Kirk assassination as a vehicle to usher in all these other ideas that don't even make sense. I mean, it's crazy what she's done, but he's describing exactly what Candace Owens does on a regular basis.
It's a UAP or whatever. And so then you've just, diverted all attention away from the thing that you're trying to conceal. And now everyone's focused on the crazies. Man. And then the second someone asks a legitimate question, they're crazy.
I hope everyone watching will just clip that tape and keep it on your phone and replay it every day, because that is one of the primary ways that the intel agencies and federal law enforcement influence public opinion, influence elections. That's the way they influence the perception of what's going on. But more than anything,
you know who else does? Foreign adversaries. They do this. I genuinely think, folks, that this entire Candace Owens thing that's made to undermine the Trump administration, made to convince you to not vote in the midterms. I think this is Russian influenced. I think this is Chinese influenced, because they also participate in this. It's not just the federal agencies. Also, the political actors out there. Like, there's big, huge organizations, think tanks, and everything else, the George Soros funded type activities that take place that is pushing this stuff as well, all meant to deceive Americans.
It's the way that they hide their own behavior from the public.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the administration, I think it was it was January 23rd, was like right after the inauguration, the president issued an executive order calling for the total declassification, release of all documents relevant to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in November of 1963, all of them, and also documents relevant to the assassination investigation into Martin Luther King and Robert F. Kennedy, the Attorney General. I don't think all the Kennedy documents have been released, have they?
They were supposed to be. I mean, that was the president's order. That's what was in the executive order.
It's the law.
It's the president said it, and it's in the executive order.
Maybe you can't go there because
yeah.
So I just want to say again, and not from you, I have been told conclusively that has not happened. So without divulging anything that's classified, like anything from 1963 should be classified. The whole thing is insane and an insult to citizens. I'm a middle-aged man. I wasn't even born then. It was 6 years before I was born, and they're telling me I can't see it. Okay. It's infuriating, and it's the end of democracy. But what could possibly be the justification for keeping classified a document that must under law be released, and that was produced generations ago?
Yeah. I think more of this goes to the deep state, the system, the machine, whatever you want to call it. They're not hiding something in the Kennedy files, in my opinion.
All right. A couple of, I did miss a couple super chats. Want to make that up. My view, if they did that to their own people, what would they do to us? If they did that without batting an eye, 30,000, why should we take the chance? Agreed. Completely insane, homicidal regime that shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Check with the owner of Tusi TV. He would probably talk with you about Iranian people. Also suggest bipod order from you for 6 ARC. That depends. Shoot me an email. I'll address that, Steve. Shoot me an email, dlpodcast@paramountTactical.com. We'll get you squared away with the right bipod.
Because, it's not like the assassins wrote down on this day we're going to kill JFK and they put it in a file at CIA or FBI.
Right.
Like, that didn't happen. So I don't really think there's anything that's in particularly, would be earth shattering inside the files themselves. The system doesn't want to get us used to things being rapidly declassified. They don't want a president to be able to come in and say, here's an executive order, and I said declassify it because the people demand it, and it happens like that as fast as it could happen. They don't want that to happen. They want to condition us that, like, okay, the president that the American people elected, he may have, come in and lawfully given us an order, but there's a process here. There's an interagency process. Everyone gets to check to make sure there's nothing still classified or still ongoing, even if it was from, 1963 or even further back. Because again, they don't want us conditioned to, we can just have access to this information. And I think there's probably times where that would be appropriate, like something declassifying something that happened last week, for instance.
Sure.
Yeah, there's going to be equities there, and I think the American people would understand that.
I agree.
But a lot of this, I think, is power. And so the bureaucracy, when the president says declassify this, regardless of what it is, from decades ago, they can't just let them have it. They all want to have their cuts on it. They want to be able to control it. And this is the way like the bureaucracy and the career bureaucrats roll. And they just tell the new political appointees like, hey, we just, we really can't do that, but we'll get us to a place that mostly will get you what you want eventually. And then it all just gets killed off in process. And there's literally no transparency at the end of the day, or limited transparency. But that's what I think the game is here. They don't want to condition us that you can elect a president and he can automatically change the bureaucracy.
I mean, this fact, the fact that the government doesn't have to tell you what it's doing, even though you pay for it, just invalidates the whole concept of consent to the governed. Like, how can you give consent to something you know nothing about?
Yeah.
Right. But more than that, it creates a moral poison at the center of the society. Lying is a sin. It's the core sin.
Mm.
And lies beget lies,
Mm-hmm.
and they, like cancer, destroy the body in which they live.
Yeah.
And if you care about the body, this country, if you're from here and you hope to live here and have grandchildren here, you have to fix that. And I really think that telling the truth, radically telling the truth, is the only thing that gets you there. And the pain that entails, and it does entail pain, there's no doubt about it, and humiliation, is much smaller a price to pay than the price that we will pay inevitably and maybe soon if we don't do it. I don't think this is sustainable, this level of lying in any society.
No, and if people don't think that their vote matters, that they can actually elect someone and change can be enacted, I think things go to a very, very dark place.
Of course.
And people lose faith in our system.
That's right.
And our system is based on that faith that, we get to have these elections. In theory, hopefully you'd hope the elections are free and fair. We've got a lot of issues there as well. But when you finally get your person in office, that they're going to be able to control the government that the people pay for, that are supposed to be ran by the folks that they voted for, that they'll actually get their will implemented, or at least what's in the best interest for them implemented.
That's right.
And that's just not the case right now.
No, it's not. So I want to end with a hopeful note. So
Yeah.
we've been talking about this for 24 hours because I think that without even getting into it, anyone who's followed it carefully and is thinking clearly can see that the war with Iran is potentially like the end of a lot for the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we could overstate the consequences of this. And I don't think I'm being hysterical. I've had 3 weeks to think about it. I've actually had 10 years to think about it because that's how long they've been pushing for it. So at this point, it feels like there's no way out. But you were saying to me this morning in a really thoughtful way that gave me hope that you think there is a way out. And so I'm going to stand back and let you explain how you think that the United States can exit with a lot of its interests intact and its honor intact, and the president's administration intact, because the political cost of this is shocking. I mean, it's not the most important thing, but like right now it's all very broken. Okay. What's the answer?
It's going to take drastic action. And the good news is I believe that this is something that President Trump is uniquely qualified to fix on his own through his sheer willpower. President Trump has an amazing ability. It's almost his superpower, I think, to be able to kind of breathe life into ideas, and again, to capture large data sets and to find leverage. And right now it's clear that this conflict will just continue the way it is and get exponentially worse, especially if we go down the path of demanding a total surrender with boots on the ground, or maybe even something far, far worse. What President Trump needs,
and that is the path we're on.
Inevitably, if we say it's total surrender, what does total surrender mean? Now, again, this is where President Trump is uniquely suited. President Trump can define his own total surrender. He's in charge. I ended my letter with, you hold the cards, because President Trump truly does hold the cards. He's a very powerful, very respected leader. And what I think President Trump must do is number one, he has to address the main issue. The main issue is what the Israelis are doing. And he needs to very forcefully, and probably with a new team of diplomats, go to the Israelis and say, you're done. we will defend you. We will make sure that, ballistic missiles aren't rained down upon you. However, you are done going on the offense because this is our war. We're paying for it. We're bleeding for it.
Again, this is his opinion. This is his opinion of what should be done. And because that's not going to happen, by the way. All right. This is so far outside of his lane. That's not fun. Like he's not, the head of the Department of State. He has nothing to do with diplomacy. He's the head of counterterrorism. That's the only thing he should be worried about. Like the idea that he is sitting there telling how Trump should be directing his policy with Israel. I mean, what an ego. What an ego. This is crazy to me.
This is not your war. If you choose to continue this offensive operation, we're out. And as a matter of fact, if you choose to continue, we will start withdrawing features of your defense system so that you will be on your own. We have to say that to them, and we have to be very blunt, and we have to be very forceful. And I know a lot of people who like the Israelis are going to say, we can't do that. That's wrong. They're under fire, et cetera. But if we don't do that, if we don't address our relationship with the Israelis, even if we come up with a temporary ceasefire, we'll be right back in the same situation in very short order. So that's the first thing that President Trump must do, address the main issue. The main issue is how the Israelis are out of control and they are driving this entire war. Address that aggressively, get the Israelis to stop.
How realistically, just having lived through this whole thing, how hard will that be?
It will be hard, but again, President Trump can do it. President Trump can call the Prime Minister of Israel and get him to the table. President Trump can force it.
He's trying to direct the president on and telling him how he should conduct the president's foreign policy. I mean, you talk about arrogance. I mean, this is just pure hubris. Like, do counterterrorism, bro. That's your job. It's the only thing you should be doing. Don't worry about foreign policy. No one made you Secretary of State, bro. Like, wow.
I believe that. I truly believe that he can. So I think it's doable. It's only doable with President Trump. And then from there, once we get the Israelis to stop, we still, for now, have strong allies in the Gulf. We have the Emiratis, the Qataris, the Saudis, the Bahrainis, all these actors, the Omanis. They may not always agree with each other, but they're all pretty good partners with us. I think we need to use them. And again, I think we probably need to bring in some new diplomats, and we need to aggressively engage with the Iranians while we can to get to a ceasefire and to come up with a way that we can stop the killing, we can stop the destruction of not just these countries, not just the loss of more life, but basically the collapse of the energy system that we have right now, so that we can open the Straits of Hormuz back up again, and so that we can make sure the petrodollar is being used. Because right now we didn't stop the flow of oil going to the Chinese. The Chinese are still getting their oil out, and they're settling those transactions in yuan, not the petrodollar. So we have to, once we get the Israelis to stop, we have to aggressively pursue our economic interests. And I think the only good thing in here is that our economic interests are in line with not just the GCC countries, but also with the Iranians. Because the Iranians want this war to stop. They want to be able to rebuild their energy sector. They want to be able to revitalize their energy sector. And on this mutual cooperation to open.
They really want to get their nuclear weapons program going again. We got to let them do that. That's what we got to let them do.
Up the Straits of Hormuz and to build back the energy sector. I think we could come up with a peace. It's going to be
We'd have to lift some sanctions.
We have to lift some sanctions. Yeah.
And why wouldn't we? We've had sanctions for decades, and according to the neocons, they had no effect on the nuclear program, which posed an imminent threat. So, like, what is the argument? We've had sanctions for decades, and I don't see how we benefited from that at all.
We didn't. I mean, we just lifted sanctions on Syria because the regime changed there, but we lifted sanctions on a guy who used to be the former leader of Al-Qaeda.
Right. So because he's pro-Israel. So
I'm pretty sure we can go ahead and lift some sanctions. If it would be in our benefit to lift the sanctions, because not only would it help us in the war, but also a condition of lifting the sanctions would be you will settle all transactions that you're going to get from your new oil industry that will be reintroduced to the world economy. You'll settle that in the dollar. And we need the dollar to survive if we want our country in its current state to survive as well. So the lifting of sanctions in this case very much works out in our national interest.
Oh, look, I take issue with this comment here. While Joey Boy was wasting his life in the service, Trump was getting deals done. Trump is the one. Nobody's wasting their life in the service. I disagree with a lot what Joe is saying, but I think that is extremely insulting to anybody that's in the military, and it's not a waste of life. I can tell you that. Being in the military is more fulfilling than just about anything else out there. And it is, you don't get paid very much. It's a lot of sacrifice, especially when you get deployed time and time again, like myself and many people that I serve with. So that's uncalled for, to say the least.
That to me, and I'm sure there's lots of different variations we could have of this plan, but President Trump aggressively enacting this and addressing the Israelis first and foremost. Otherwise, any kind of negotiation we try to have with the Iranians or pretty much anybody else, if we don't address the Israeli factor, they're simply not going to take us seriously.
Why would they?
Precisely. Why would they? And every day that this goes on, again, the more, and I have no love for anybody in power in Iran right now, but the more of the people that more of the leaders we kill in Iran, you're not getting a Thomas Jefferson next. It's not like if we kill, 15 or 20 of them, the 16th or the 21st guy is Thomas Jefferson or he's a moderate. Absolutely not.
It's very obvious to me that some of these strikes, not all, but some, were conducted with the intent of making a negotiated settlement impossible. And that leads me to the saddest thing, a whole cluster of sad things, but the saddest thing is the bombing of the girls' school attached to the Iranian naval base. And the U.S. has admitted we did it, but I'm wondering about the targeting coordinates and where those came from. Is it possible that those came from Israel?
That I don't know.
Are you aware of, has it been publicly reported or in previous conflicts? Can you say anything that you're not constrained by? Is it possible that could have happened? I mean, have there been strikes, American strikes on targets in the past that you're aware of that have used coordinates supplied by Israel?
Yeah, and we share so much intelligence with Israel.
Right. So, right, of course. So it's entirely possible, but no one has said anything about it, but it's entirely possible that the coordinates were given to us by Israel. And why wouldn't they be? Because once you start doing things like that,
why would they?
Intentionally or not, it's very hard to get out of it.
And obviously from the way the Israeli
again, this whole thing was pushed so hard by the likes of Ian Carroll and all the other hate Israel first. Where's the outrage that Iran is doing nothing but targeting civilians? We hit ones, which by the way, it was a school, allegedly a girls' school inside a military compound. Inside a military compound. Like, how do we not know that Iran did that intentionally? We do not target civilians. We do not target girls' schools. If it happened, it was an accident. It is extremely unfortunate. It is collateral damage that is expected in war. It is not a war crime on our part because we didn't do it intentionally. We wouldn't waste a missile doing that when we have viable military targets that would give us much better strategic and tactical value if we actually took those out. We didn't gain anything by hitting that girls' school. So, like, this is propaganda. This is anti-American propaganda. This is the stuff that you're going to expect from Al Jazeera. This is stuff that you're going to expect from IRGC. And here we have Tucker Carlson pushing this nonsense like we're the villain. That whole false narrative has pissed me off so bad, the way that it's being used. And it's so dishonest, and it's so obviously dishonest. And why they're doing it? To undermine the United States. It's subversive. It's disgusting. It's bordering on trade risk, to be quite frank with you, because we don't do that. And I can tell you right now, there's a lot of American lives that are dead, a lot of American soldiers that are dead because of extra care. We accepted risks so that we wouldn't endanger civilians. Like, you don't even understand the links that America goes to avoid civilian casualties. It's like no other country would ever do. And we do that. And then you're going to turn around, and when there's one mistake, one really unfortunate mistake, you're going to turn around and use that as propaganda, anti-American propaganda, no less. I find it disgusting.
Have conducted themselves in the Gaza war and other places. They have a much different way of fighting than we do. I mean, America definitely makes mistakes, and we do everything that we can. I can tell you as a guy who fought on the ground, Americans, almost to a fault sometimes,
Yes.
we do everything that we can to prevent the loss of civilian life. I mean, almost to the point where sometimes we risk our own lives deliberately to not kill Americans, to not kill innocent civilians. So again, this is where being in partnership with a air quotes partner that has a very different agenda than you and a stated outcome, but then also just a different standard for how they fight. It's very dangerous. It's very dangerous for us
to be in partnership with a country that has different goals and different standards of behavior on the battlefield
in different ways and means. Yeah, they just have a whole different way of
looking. So how would you describe the Israeli attitude toward the killing of innocents?
Look, the Israelis are in a hard spot. And as somebody who fought for most of my life, I think I can get into their heads pretty easily. If I was an Israeli, I think I would have the same view. I think I would say, like, well, we're going to fight them at some point anyways. If there's civilians in that area that's militarily important to us, whatever. Like, I have a job to do. I understand that. But it's also important for us to understand our air quotes partners. If we're going to be in a partnership with them, we have to be clear-eyed about that. Just because they speak English and a lot of them went to school over here and we have dual citizens doesn't mean that they're going to target the same way that we do. We have to be clear-eyed about it. And that's what I think is missing. If we're going to do joint operations with the Israelis, they are going to look. We saw what happened in Gaza, and you can say that's a horrible thing. You can say that's just the way it is, but that is the way the Israelis fight. And so we have to go into that with clear eyes and understand that's how they're going to fight. And now we're going to be viewed as being not just complicit, but we're going to be viewed as being partners in that. And again, that's a very
Brad Souter. Are you serious? Like, you don't know about that? Are we not keeping track of any of this stuff? All right. I'm going to say that your question was in good faith. All right. So let me tell you what, just in the last couple of weeks, that the civilian targets that Iran has hit, residential neighborhoods and apartment buildings in Bet Shemesh killed 9 civilians, injured dozens, hit a public bomb shelter and synagogues in the area. Areas in Tel Aviv, Ramat Gan, Bnei Brak, Ramla, and other central locations. Apartment buildings struck, cluster munitions impacted residential zones. Injuries reported March 14 through 18. Other civilian sites, Shoham, Rishon Lezion, bunch of other residential areas. Strictly residential areas is what those were. Civilian airports, Kuwait International Airport, multiple strikes impacts, killing and injuring workers. Dubai International Airport, multiple strikes. Residential buildings and hotels, multiple in Dubai, Manama, and Morocco. Residential building strikes in mid-March killed a 29-year-old woman, injured 8, Fairmont Hotel in Dubai, and many, many more. So again, most of the munitions that Iran has actually attacked with lately are going toward non-military targets. This is common knowledge if you're paying attention to what's going on.
Dangerous place for us to be, because at least our tactical objectives have been pretty clear that we want to take down the ballistic missiles, the nuclear program, the Navy, the Army, et cetera. And those are military targets. But we're in partnership right now with the Israelis, who they're going after some military targets, but they're going after a heck of a lot more that are not military targets.
It's a very generous assessment of their motives. And I mean, as a compliment, I strongly disagree with you, but then I didn't spend my life fighting wars. And you're making every attempt to get into their perspective, even if you disagree with it, which I assume you do. And I think that is the way to assess things. It's like, what's the other guy's perspective, even if I hate it?
Well, yeah. And look, in the Middle East, you're going to do business with some unsavory characters. In the world, you're going to do business with some unsavory characters. So if you're going to be doing business there, just get comfortable with the fact that some of these guys are unsavory. I mean, the classic, I think, President Trump line really early on when he was asked, like, if he thought Putin was a killer. And he's like, well, yeah, I mean, we're killers too. You know what I mean?
He's right.
He was just very logical.
I just wanted to check to make sure. Yeah, the U.S. is not formally admitted to hitting that girls' school. That's still under investigation, just so we're clear. So once again, Tucker's lying
about that, and very clear-eyed about that. Again, this is why President Trump is uniquely qualified to solve this problem, because I think he has the ability to understand things from multiple perspectives at the same time, and then find our leverage, and then find out what's best for our objectives, for America's objectives.
Yes.
With clear eyes. And that's the way we have to be.
Do you anticipate you'll be speaking to the president again?
I would welcome it. I mean, I spoke with him before I departed the administration.
How did that go?
It went great. I mean, not the best conversation ever. You know, I told him why I was leaving. He heard me out. He was very respectful.
He was?
Yeah, very respectful. He was very kind. He always is. And I think we departed personally on good terms. Again, I'm an adult. I understand the way I left and writing the letter, that there's parts of his administration that are going to have to come after me and try and discredit me. I understand that. But I think the president is someone who listens. And so I think he's listening, not necessarily just to me and to you, but I think he is listening to a lot of different people, because I think he knows at a core level, this is not going well, and he needs to find a way for us to get out of this.
You're definitely an adult, and I wish there were more of them. And I appreciate all the time you spent here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tucker. I
very
appreciate
much.
it.
Joe Kent. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next Wednesday.
All right. I'm just going to say that was interesting, to say the least. I am less on Joe Kent's side than I was at the beginning of this. I'll be honest with you. Jen, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can just see a whole another season of Candace on Erica and TPUSA, and it's going to have Joe Kent, and it's just, I'm tired. My brain hurts.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I would like to play one video.
Nope. Go ahead.
That explains why President Trump did what he did when he did, as far as moving on Iran. It'll just take a quick second.
Scenario is that missile defense systems are incredibly expensive, and defense missiles are running low for some states.
Can you hear it?
The war is not popular in the US. I think the last poll I saw, about 20 to 25% of the population are supportive of it. A combination of economic pressure and the unpopularity of the war in both the Arab states and the US means that pressure on Trump will be so severe that he will cut and run. What do you say to that argument?
Look, we can talk about the domestic aspect, and I think that's what makes this an extraordinary and historic decision by President Trump. He's not doing something that is popular domestically or internationally. He's doing something that he knew would be domestically and internationally difficult, and he's doing it anyway, and that's because he understands that it's right. That's leadership. Really, it's different from other leaders who've tried to sweep the problem under the rug, push it into the long grass. We're hearing all the Obama apologists saying, we had a deal that would have prevented Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons. No, you didn't. You had a deal that would have placed temporary restrictions on the Iranian nuclear project that would have expired by now, and given Iran billions of dollars, such as that when the deal expired, it would have been so rich and powerful that it would have been untouchable and could have raced towards nuclear weapons anyway. And President Trump is saying, I'm not kicking the can down the road. We have to deal with this here and now before it begins too big to deal with. But Will, you mentioned a really important point here about the interceptors being so much more expensive than the missiles themselves. That is a reason why this war had to happen, not why it needs to end early. I'll explain. Secretary Rubio explained in a stakeout to the press that the Iranian regime was approaching a point of strategic invulnerability. What did he mean? They were manufacturing 100 ballistic missiles a month. The West cannot manufacture 100 interceptors a month, and they're much more expensive to manufacture. So the Iranians are making more missiles than the West is making interceptors. They're cheaper than the West's interceptors, and they're building them in factories that are being fortified underneath mountains. That meant that within a year, the Iranian regime was going to become untouchable. It was going to have enough ballistic missiles and a well-fortified ballistic missile industry that no one would be able to threaten it with military force. And everyone who says you have to negotiate, well, negotiations are only as good as the force that backs them up, as the threat of or else if you don't negotiate. And at that point, the West would have had absolutely no cards. Steve Witkoff is saying the Iranians walked into the room and their first line was, we know we have enough nuclear material for 11 nuclear bombs. That's our starting point. If they did that after there is no credible military threat, because it would have been prohibitively damaging to try to destroy the nuclear project by force, then they would have been able to build a nuclear weapon whenever they wanted. So that was part of the thinking for the Americans of why this war had to happen now and couldn't be pushed off or postponed for another year, knowing that the Iranians were bleeding them dry in the negotiations and trying to buy time. With every day that passed, as Iran made cheaper and more lethal missiles and imported game-changing strategic weaponry from China, we can look at the global aspect as well, the balance of power was shifting to the Iranians in a way that meant that they would soon become untouchable, and there's nothing anyone could do about their nuclear weapons program.
Notwithstanding the immediacy of that threat, the left, or the favorite response from the left, is that this is an illegal war. They reach for the international law rationale to basically say that the US and Israel should not have done this. I've got my own pretty strident views on international law.
Yeah. And we also talked about what just the other day we played Bill O'Reilly talking about that he was given intelligence that all of the top Iranian officials were going to be at one place, one time, including the Ayatollah, and that's one of the reasons they struck as well. J.R. Williams, I just want to address this comment and a couple other comments you had earlier. Number one, you said that he was the number 2 in intelligence. That's not true. You need to look that up. You're factually incorrect on that. Number 3, when you have appointed officials and government employees in general, you will, like, it is hard to get them just pulled out right away. They will be denied access. An investigation will ensue, just like what we're hearing. That is standard operating procedures for this. They don't just pull them off of something without a thorough investigation. So, like, you've been wrong. You're 2 for 2 for being wrong on both of these things that you're saying. So I think you need to educate yourself on what you're talking about. The other thing that somebody brought this up, I guess Graham had mentioned this. We actually had this pulled up ready to go at the beginning of the show, and then we just didn't get to it. But here we go. Who Joe Ken follows? Joe Ken follows our good friend Project Constitution over there. So he follows Project Constitution. He follows Nadine Menza. He also follows, what is that other stupid reporter's name? She was just featured on Candace Owens the other day. So I don't know, like, this isn't some big indictment. He could be following, like, I've followed Project Constitution in the past, so I can watch the dumb stuff that he says. So this isn't some big thing, but it is interesting and plays into the narrative that, you know, he's on this anti-Israel train that he doesn't seem to get off. But I will say the thing that struck me the most about this whole thing is how far outside of his lane he constantly was, and the fact that he's trying to tell the president how to run, foreign policy as if he is the Secretary of State or something. He's not. And the fact that he was putting his hands and opinions on all these different jars that are so far outside of his lane, to me, is a little crazy. Especially coming from the military, coming from where he came from. We were both at 1st Special Forces Group. Like, we're usually pretty good at staying in our lane. Like, that's not me. I'm over here at counterterrorism. And the fact that he was so opinionated on so many different areas outside of his job, it's a little surprising. Well, we all know we sure as hell don't need a wallet parasite like Israel, worthless tool being what it is. I don't even know what you're saying. It's incoherent. I shouldn't even clicked on it because it's in all caps, which I don't like to see. Ken seems to respect Trump and speak highly of him, which leads me to believe this whole resigning thing is contrived and has a hidden agenda. We'll see. I think he's afraid of pissing Trump off too much, which given if I was Trump, his resignation letter would have pissed me off extremely. When you're saying that I'm being controlled by Israel, that's what you're telling me if I was Trump. Joe Kent's words and Charlie Kirk are being heralded by the usual suspects. Joe Kent is now participating in the attack on TPUSA, and Eric Kirk is like those who took his wife's life. That last sentence might be a little extreme, but I hear what you're saying. Sometimes the hardest decision are the most rewarding. Trump sees the bigger picture, but people can't see that. Let me make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Well, what was your assessment, Jen?
I think that he probably was aware that he was being looked into for leaks, and I think he got out while he could. That's I believe that. I don't know that.
Sure.
I don't know, but I know. No.
that's the vibes you got.
I had a dream about it. The bees told me. The bees came to me while I was out in the garden.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that he has jumped on the Candace Owens conspiracy train. And I just don't understand these people. I don't understand them.
Well, I'll just tell you right now, I predict this is what's going to happen. When he was talking about foreign interference, that's automatically going to be used as them saying, they're going to say that this proves the French were involved. We're going to go back to the French Foreign Legions, even though that's not what was said. But that's what they're going to say. When he was here, I was like, oh God. Oh God. We're going back to the French. Look, there could be some foreign intelligence involved that was involved in recruiting, and radicalizing Tyler Robinson and weaponizing Tyler Robinson. Could have been in the Discord chats. These are all things that Chase Hughes and I talked about at length. I think those are very real possibilities, and I think those are much more realistic than creating this huge conspiracy with all these different shooters, all these different people. Like that is easily done. Finding people online that are prone to this, psychologically analyzing them just through what they're posting and being able to target them. Like, this stuff is not hard. What is hard is putting a bunch of French Foreign Legion shooters out and rigging exploding microphones, all these ridiculous things that make no sense, that just fly in the face of physics and the evidence that we know.
Well, I'm just really confused why anyone. I mean, he's obviously intelligent. He obviously loved the country and served honorably. How could he align himself with crazy Candace Owens when she's done nothing but disparage the military, accuse them of being part of the murder of Charlie Kirk, say all of these horrible things about them, imply that they're involved in all of these, nefarious activities? Why would he hitch his wagon to her?
Well, I don't know. What did he say that makes you feel like he hitched his wagon to her? Because I didn't. That's not something that I picked up on. I don't believe that's what he did.
I mean, for me, immediately going to Tucker Carlson and then saying all of the things like, well, we should have been investigating overseas foreign influence in Charlie Kirk. That's going to give her another 2 weeks, if not more, of content, and he's supposedly being interviewed by her.
He's being interviewed by her. I think those are two separate things. That's the way I read it. Like, he believes that there was potentially some sort of foreign influence that is tied to the social media post. I actually believe the same thing. That's very different from what Candace Owens is alleging. I think one of the things I did appreciate out of that entire interview was the fact that he pushed back on Tucker when Tucker was talking about the girls' school. He's like, look, he said the exact same, I paused it. I talked about how the efforts that we go through and put ourselves at risk to avoid any sort of civilian casualties, he essentially said the same thing. And you could see that really kind of deflated Tucker, knocked the wind out of him. He's like, oh, okay, well, I can't continue with this freaking nonsense. And he had to move on. So I appreciate his honesty on that. I hope at least he will remain with a little bit of integrity if he talks to Candace Owens and says, hey, these are the facts. And this might be an opportunity where Candace Owens can sit in front of somebody. And I'm not even sure that they're going to go into this. I think what we're going to see is a replay of Tucker Carlson's interview. I don't think she's going to go into the Tyler Robinson case because I think it's too much of a risk for her, because she will avoid that, and she always has. She's never had an expert on anything to come on and talk about the facts of the Tyler Robinson case. So I think she's going to avoid that. We'll see. I think if she does step into that arena, I think it might blow up in her face, because the whole thing for me was just very revealing. Everything that he's saying is a man with an ego and dipping his fingers into things that he shouldn't be getting into. I mean, that's what this whole thing was. And I agree. I am disappointed in Joe Ken. I hope I don't lose respect for the man and what he's given to this country. That is undeniable. And right now I'm going to chalk this up to a person's opinions and emotions getting in the way of doing things right. Do you and Graham just copy each other? Who males y'all push these narratives? Joe's a good dude. I had no idea that Graham was talking about this at all. Jen, what time did I call you? I don't know. 10 or 11 this morning?
Yeah, it was
exactly what we're going to do tonight. So,
yeah.
I mean, how many people that do you watch that copy Candace Owens? So there you go, Austin. It's a story that should be talked about.
I mean, I think it was on all the news channels. So,
but guess what? I really do appreciate the $20, Austin. I'm glad you got that off your chest, because I have no coordination with Graham Allen whatsoever. Had no idea that he was even covering this at all today. I would still be covering it, and I'm sure that I covered some areas that he didn't. And did he play the interview? I don't think he did. So
I will say the chat has been very interesting tonight. I think the candies were out in full force.
Sweet. I love it. That means I know I'm doing God's work when the demons come out to play. Is it possible to equalize your volume if possible? Yeah, it's equalized. I don't know what's going on there. So there's always one that complains about something. And it's usually someone that I've never seen before. Yeah, 500,000. There's more than that. 500,000 YouTube accounts. Gary's supposed to watch them all. It's not surprising that that Graham covered this. I mean, there's a lot of people covering this in different ways and different aspects of it. All right.
I'll take the hit for that one. It's not Gary's job. It's my job to go out and watch all of them and report back. Yeah. So I have failed you again. I am so sorry.
Somebody put her in timeout. 5 minutes. All right, folks. Well, we definitely covered a lot. I'm just, again, kind of going through, trying to make sure that I didn't miss any super chats. I hate when I miss super chats. It does happen sometime. And I always feel bad about it.
Do you want to make a quick comment, Sarah Adams? Because when they were talking about possible terrorists here in the United States, I immediately went to Sarah's ex to see, because I assume she's watching, because she said she was going to. And she did post something. Now, I did block one of the letters out because there was a foul word on there.
That's all right. Great. We just found out. Can you read that? Because the freaking time I got stuff covering it on my side.
Yeah. So it says, great. We just found out that there are actually more than 18,000 known Islamist terrorists in the United States. Like, that number alone wasn't already insane. And to be clear, that's the minimum.
And to be clear, while that is taking place, we have Joe Kent worrying about the Charlie Kirk assassination when we got 15 other agencies handling it, should be handling it, and it's completely outside of his purview, but he's worried about that. And he's worried about foreign policy and what the Department of State should be doing, and worried about the decisions that Trump's making when he has his own lane to stay in that he apparently can't stay in. So that's my biggest complaint about Joe Kent tonight, is all he did was make it very clear that he's all up in the Kool-Aid and don't know the flavor.
Agreed.
All right. Well, folks, listen, we really appreciate you tuning in tonight. We appreciate all the love and support, all the super chats. Make sure you share this. Make sure you like, subscribe if you would like to become a member and support us that way. Make sure you go over to X and you follow both Jen and I. Jen, what's your X account?
At Hot Brand Media.
Jen at Hot Brand Media.
No, it's just at Hot Brand Media.
Oh, at Hot Brand Media. We're going to make sure that we get all of her contact information that she wants to share down in the description below going forward. All right, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. And until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.